From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another great Saturday. We are just a day away from the big game out in Santa Clara. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Of course, we'll be talking all things Super Bowl throughout the show. We'll also mix in a little bit on the trade deadline, which admittedly, the NBA trade deadline did not have as much juice. I know there was a ton of trades. In fact, some of the most trades we've ever seen at the deadline, but did not have Giannis on the move. It did not have John Morant on the move. So we'll get into that a little bit later on and what that actually means for the NBA the rest of this year, how that impacted some title odds, and of course, what could happen later on this summer. You guys can always interact with the show. Watch it over on YouTube. You can check out youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. You can interact there. We'll keep an eye on the chat. And, of course, you can listen to this show on SiriusXM Channel 375, Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, and, of course, across the country on numerous affiliates. So we appreciate you guys. Austin, you tell me for a second, am I being a hater because I'm in Kansas City? I have not sensed that much buzz around the Super Bowl, maybe until yesterday. And I know, of course, I'm not going to have the same feeling having not been on Radio Row this year compared to being on Radio Row the last couple of years. But I don't sense the same amount of buzz. Like, I'm going to watch. I'm sure the ratings will be great. Like, once we get to kickoff, I'll be fired up. I got a lot of bets in the works and everything like that. But I don't know. I just don't feel like there's as much buzz with this one.
I think two things can be true here. I think, first, you have visions of D Ford stuck in your head that are still sitting with you, which if that's the case, therapy is a great thing to do. I know what BetterHelp sponsors a lot of sports talk radio shows. There's places you can go to turn to for that. However, I also do agree with you. The buzz this week has not been there. It's just like for the team specifically. We've gotten more buzz from previous Patriots. Like, we've been talking about previous Patriots more than we've talked about the current Patriots. We've been talking about Malcolm Butler's interception more than we've talking about literally the two teams that are on the field. And whereas from a media perspective, it's like, man, we want to get hype for this game. But when you're playing in the game, I think this is the best case scenario for them. Like, if I'm Mike Vrabel or Mike McDonald, I'm like, yeah, this is exactly how we want it. We don't want everyone talking about our teams. We want it exactly where we're at. No buzz, no hype. Talk about Robert Kraft not getting into the Hall of Fame. Talk about Belichick. Talk about Tom Brady's comments on his own podcast, for all I care. I don't. Talk about Mike Vrabel chopping off a very important appendage. Whatever you want to do. But don't talk about us. I think they're sitting exactly where they want to sit as individual teams. But yeah, we as the media, it's like, okay, can you guys give us something? Can we get like a late night arrest or something? Like anything?
You're right about the coaches. I think the coaches love this. That it really has been a quiet week. Nobody's come out with a sound bite that says, we're about to, destroy this team, or, hey, they're not that good, or their quarterback's, gonna, whatever it may be. We haven't had that. I also just think maybe it changes as time goes on, but, Mike Vrabel's the biggest personality in this game, and he's the coach, and that's great, but that's not usually what gets some excitement. I also just think, and this is why I asked if I'm just being biased being in Kansas City, if Josh Allen was in it, there's a ton of legacy questions and storylines and what it means. And is he now the best quarterback in football? If Lamar was in it, it's like, okay, he's finally broken through. Is Lamar Jackson going to, in any doubt about who he is as a quarterback? Of course, if it was Joe Burrow, same kind of thing. If Mahomes was back in it, it would be the Chiefs dynasty discussion. If Stafford was in it, it would be the cap off his career and right off in the sunset. Like, we just don't have any of that. There's a great story with Sam Darnold and the redemption arc and his ability to get to where he is, as we've been discussing for 2 weeks or so. Drake May, we'll discuss what he has to gain out of this game and how we'll talk about him if he finds a way to get a win. I just don't think May and Darnold are big personalities. The guy that should be getting the most, love and maybe has a good person is JSN. As that's the one player that probably deserves a bit more of it and is actually kind of the biggest mover in all of this in this season, who has gone from being a really, really nice player to now maybe the best at the position. But I just think the personalities are also a reason why this hasn't been such a full week of buzz, and it's New England, it's Seattle. I think the fan bases might be part of that as well.
Yeah, no, you make a great point. The way these teams, we're not talking a lot about these teams specifically because we don't know these teams specifically, at least on the national front. Obviously, like if you've watched ball, like ball knowers know these two teams, but like from the general consensus, a lot of people are like, wait, who are they? It's a lot like, if you've got a girlfriend or a wife and you go out with her girlfriend and you have to meet the other boyfriend or husband, it's a lot of that. Like you're just kind of vibing right now. You're checking, who is this guy? Maybe throwing a few small questions his way, but you're still getting to know him. It's for the same reason we get less and less associated with the Grammys the older we get. It's because there's newer and newer faces every single year, and it's harder to keep track with music. That's the way this Super Bowl feels. It's like, yes, the Patriots as a franchise we're familiar with, but we're familiar with the characters from previous seasons, right? We're familiar with the Belichicks, the Krafts, and the Bradys. That's why we're talking about them. Whereas the same thing with the Seahawks, we're familiar with the Legion of Boom and the Pete Carrolls. But Mike McDonald, Kyle Brandt did a bit on Good Morning Football where he took to the streets and showed a photo of Mike McDonald, and no New Yorkers could pinpoint who that man was. Right. So, we're still getting used to who these teams are. And once I think Sunday will be a big step into getting to know them. And even Drake May, for as well known as he's been as a young player in this league, I feel like it's still been but we don't know, they don't talk exactly like you said.
I think it's that, and then also the staying power part of it. Now, usually, we don't always have the ability to predict the next great dynasty or the next run. And, you typically don't go from dynasty to dynasty to dynasty. That's not how that works. That's why they're dynasties. It's hard to do. It's special. They're rare, all of that. But I also think there's a little bit, at least from my perspective, watching the Patriots and Seahawks and knowing the divisions that they're in, I don't think anybody truly believes that either of these teams are about to go on a run over the next 5 years where they're in 2 Super Bowls or 3, Super Bowls. I think Seattle, their defense, and because of Mike McDonald, to me, they're going to be a pretty high-level defense for a bit. But defenses typically don't have 3-year runs of being a top 3 defense in football. Mm-hmm. Sam Darnold, the jury for some people is still out, right? For some people, it's like, prove to me one more time. Is he now just going to suddenly be a consistent top 10 quarterback in his career? The Patriots, their division is easier. I would say they're more likely to get back to a Super Bowl than Seattle, in my opinion, after this year, because it's Josh Allen and the Bills. And after that, the Miami Dolphins, they're stuck in mud with what they're about to be doing. They don't like their quarterback they have. Maybe they bring in Malik Willis, brand new GM and head coach. And then the Jets are the New York Jets. And so you start to look at everything that is going to go into the future for these two teams in their own divisions. I think New England has more staying power, but also eventually you're probably dealing with Allen and Lamar and Burrow and Mahomes again in your AFC playoff race.
Yeah, and if Vrabel's Patriot stint goes anything like his Titan stint is, he'll make one deep run early in his career and then not win a playoff game the rest of the time he's there.
No, I don't. Okay, wow. This is the bitter Nashville, Tennessee Titans fan.
No. I think he's done a tremendous job this season. There is there's the talk about the schedules and everything, and I don't buy into that personally. They did. They faced their opponents had a winning percentage of .391, which was the lowest in the entire NFL. In fact, the only team sub 400 in the NFL. But that doesn't. I don't play into that narrative. They've obviously faced really tough defenses in the playoffs. They've had benefits of those offenses of those teams that they played not performing, but they've won the games. And like Vrabel said when he was asked about it earlier this year, he's like, look, we can only play 1 week at a time. Who's on our schedule? We don't make the schedules. It's literally just you have to hand us who we're playing. And you know what? There's a lot of teams with opponents with low winning percentages that didn't win their games, that aren't here in the Super Bowl. So all of the Patriots haters that want to, say, well, look at the schedule, look at all the fired head coaches that they have played this year. It's like, I don't buy into all of that. I think this is still a very impressive job by Vrabel and the Patriots on their path to get here, because you have to get there. You know, there have been teams with easy schedules before, and they falter and they fail, and they haven't. So you have to give credit where credit is due. But yeah, as it comes to who is going to, be the first one back between these two teams, if at all either one comes back, because we know how hard that is. Look at the Detroit Lions. They were the belle of the ball in the NFL for a couple of seasons, and you thought Dan Campbell has this thing rolling in all cylinders. Well, Ben Johnson leaves for Chicago, and they kind of falter this year. Wow, the rest of their division is getting better and better. We don't know if the Lions will get back to the playoffs, let alone to the NFC Championship. So I don't know. It is interesting, and it's hard to predict. I like predicting the NFL is, I don't know, trying to solve a Rubik's cube. Honestly, it's so hard, and I don't know. It's a scary game, because this is something we say here will be clipped and then played 5 years down the road and be like, oh yeah, see.
The OC point is actually valid too. You brought up, what happened with Ben Johnson leaving the Lions. I mean, that's the other equation, a part of the equation. When I wonder about the two teams and moving forward, what's more sustainable? Because Clint Kubiak is going to become the next head coach, we know, of the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, my guess is they'll just promote somebody from within, and they'll run a very similar offense with Sam Darnold. But I have questions. What happens for Mike Macdonald and that coaching staff? He's a defensive-minded guy, as we know. He calls the plays and everything for the defense, but whoever they promote, and I'll be honest, I don't know who the passing game coordinator or offensive assistant is, but my guess is they'll just promote from within. Who's going to get the most out of Sam Darnold moving forward? Is it Clint Kubiak was able to do that? Does it change much? So I just have questions about changing a coaching staff a little bit, but we'll see. Now, what's the victory look like for the underdog Patriots though? Because they're 4.5-point dogs, and over at BetMGM, I mean, this line has been consistent. We haven't really seen the line movement or anything. I thought during the week maybe you would, but once when you're at 4.5, you're kind of, in a weird way, you're in no man's land. You're not right around the key number, obviously, of 3. This isn't 3.5, it's 4.5. The total 45.5. I know some spots it went down from there after opening 45.5. But underdogs in the Super Bowl here the last couple of years have fared pretty well. In fact, since 2004, they're 15-7 just against the spread. They've covered the spread in 5 straight going back to 2020, and they've won 3 straight outright and 4 of the last 5. So, I mean, just because you're a dog in the Super Bowl by no means means this thing is over and the Patriots have no shot. So what does it look like for them? I think the obvious thing, at least on the surface, is, all right, Drake May, that 85-yard type of performance, that's not getting it done here against Seattle in the Super Bowl. I understand their defense has done it, as you pointed out, Austin, against Houston and the Chargers and Denver. Elements played a factor in the Denver game, and that's not going to happen in Santa Clara. There's no Jarrett Stidham in this game. C.J. Stroud played absolutely horrendous in that performance against the Patriots. And so they're going to need a bit more, to say the least, from Drake May this go-around. So I think, what does it look like? Does he have to throw for 300? No. But I also think it's got to be, at least in the high 100s, right? So 180 yards and a touchdown or 2, in my opinion, if you think the Patriots are winning this game.
Yeah, it's a great point, because they were able to eke out a win against the Chargers with the number 9 scoring offense or defense, Denver with the number 3 scoring defense, and the Texans with the number 2 scoring defense, which that was, to me, the most impressive, that you were able to get stuff done against that defensive line, especially with how not great the Patriots offensive line has been. But now you have to go up against the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL, and they've been that way all season long. That's why they won the West. That's why they were the 1 seed in the NFC. The Seahawks defense is really good. So you're right. Like Drake May, it's like, look, you could skate by the Chargers, okay? I don't think Sam Darnold is going to cough the ball up 4 times like the Texans did. And you don't have the great equalizer of weather in your benefactor for the Super Bowl. Like, it's not like, you really have to step up, Drake May. And is that something he's going to be able to do? We know he's had a He's faltered with holding onto the football in a lot of cases, especially in the playoffs. And I don't know. I think Drake May is really the X factor. And look, I know it's maybe cliche to say a quarterback is an X factor in a game because it is the most important position in the sport. But Drake May, man, like you got to give more than what you've given these last 3 games because otherwise you're not beating the Seahawks team.
I know it may sound crazy, if I would have said this 2 months ago, and maybe some of you watching or listening think it's crazy now, but like I trust Sam Darnold more. I know, like that's tough to say out loud, but like I trust Sam Darnold more in this game. Now, can he go and have 2 interceptions and blow up? Yeah, I mean, I think that's in play for both quarterbacks. Honestly, if you told me Drake May had 2 fumbles or a fumble and a pick, I would say, yeah, okay, that's not that crazy. If you tell me Sam Darnold throws a pick 6 in the first half, I would say, okay, that's not that crazy. But I do trust Sam Darnold. To me, it is how are you playing right now? Drake May finished second in MVP voting, only missed it by a vote. We'll get into that later on in the show and how crazy the voting was this year for the MVP. But in the postseason, he's just been a different quarterback, and Sam Darnold has been playing at a very high level. So I actually trust Sam Darnold more, which is why I do like Seattle win this game.
Yeah, as a card-carrying member and a founding father of the Sam Darnold fan club, I welcome you, Alex. I'm all in on him. I talk about it every week, and he is to me. I make the Adam Sandler reference. Like Adam Sandler's a good actor. Like we all have to come to terms with it. Sam Darnold is a good quarterback. We have to come to terms with it, and I will not rest until Adam Sandler has an Oscar nom and Sam Darnold has respect because he is week in and week out proven himself, and I think you'll see it on Sunday. Like I'm confident in saying that now after the performance he's put together, not just in the playoffs, but this entire season. He's answered every question, and the big question going into this year was Sam Darnold, but it's Sam Darnold, but in the big games he kind of folds. You haven't seen that this year. So I am all in on Sam Darnold, accepting applications for the fan club. And Alex, I'll be looking forward to receiving yours very shortly.
Those applications close at 6:30 Eastern tomorrow night, by the way. There's no jumping on once he's a Super Bowl champion. If, in fact, he gets it done in Super Bowl 60. Up next, though, who does have the most to gain? Obviously, Sam Darnold has a ton to gain. But let's go through a couple of the key players in Super Bowl 60, plus a little update on the Hall of Fame. Adam Schefter just tweeted out something about how voting might change moving forward. Let's dive into that a little bit next. We're just getting started. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
There's nothing too crazy, nothing too that's world changing, but it's just all, being where your feet are. Take it all in. This is a really cool moment that we should have some gratitude for the journey that it took to get here. So many guys that have sacrificed a lot, coaches that have been through all the ups and downs, coaches that have been fired, and it's a very cool thing to be able to be at this point. And so there's a gratitude. Don't get lost in that and make it. It shouldn't feel like a burden. It should be something that hey, we're going to keep our same rhythm routine, our same process. Enjoy the media side of things and the fact that there's going to be cameras in your face and you're going to have to talk to people and answer questions. But man, take it all in stride and be yourself and just enjoy it.
Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp earlier this week out in Santa Clara getting set for his second Super Bowl. Of course, he was a Super Bowl MVP, the only player in this game that was a Super Bowl MVP as well. And, we'll get into some of the MVP odds a little bit later on over at BetMGM, find out where Austin and I are headed with that market in particular. And a lot of people are making the comparison between Kupp and JSN, because you go look at the season in which Cooper Kupp was the Super Bowl MVP. There's a lot of similarities statistically in terms of what each of those receivers did during the regular season, and it led to a Super Bowl MVP for Cooper Kupp. And so it's some of the thought process people are using when they look at JSN, other than the fact that, he's on the team that's the favorite to win. And we all know if you want to win MVP, you got to be on the team that wins. And maybe this is a year in which you don't think the quarterback wins MVP. So we'll dive into that market. I think it's kind of interesting as well. Don't forget, when you're thinking about betting on the big game, head over to BetMGM. Right now, the biggest game of the year calls for a boost pack that's just as big. BetMGM is rolling out the big game boost pack, and it gives you 3 different ways to boost the odds on your next big game bet. Here's how it works. So you first log in, and your big game boost pack will be waiting for you. Next, you add any big game bet to your bet slip, and you activate the boost token however you want to use it. And finally, if the bet hits, well, then you have a token activated. You're getting extra winnings on top of your payout. So if you want to add a little extra excitement to your big game action, make sure you grab the big game boost pack from BetMGM. Make it legendary. Look, part of the way to make it legendary and have a legendary career is, win a Super Bowl, be a Super Bowl MVP, or perhaps, once you're a Hall of Famer, everybody will reference you as Pro Football Hall of Famer the rest of your life. And we just got some word from Adam Schefter during the break and right before we went to break that after all the controversy this week and last week about Bill Belichick not being first ballot Hall of Fame, about Robert Kraft not getting in after 14 or 15 years, I guess it's been at this point on the ballot, that, hey, what's going to happen with voting? Is there going to be a change? Well, Adam Schefter is now reporting that the Pro Football Hall of Fame will consider making changes to the voting panel and process of choosing Hall of Famers after what happened this year and the backlash. And some of the changes that are mentioned from Schefter are they're planning to return to in-person voting for its committees. They've been doing this virtually. I don't know when that started. I don't know if that was a carryover from COVID or what, but they have not been doing that in person. They also are looking at having it closer to the actual NFL Honors Award show, which was and usually is the Thursday night. And this way, they think it could reduce some of the leaks. They says they're also open to future release of vote totals, ballots, and they may replace voters who break rules like leaking discussions or not picking the most deserving candidates. I think these are all great ideas and suggestions. Unfortunately, as you know, when it comes to changes with anything, it usually takes a lot of uproar and backlash or failure for change to happen. And it sounds like these are things that should have been taking place anyway, man. Why have they not been doing it in person the last couple of years? It seems like laziness.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, oh, hey, now we're going to take the Pro Football Hall of Fame voting seriously. That's what that report read to me by Adam Schefter. Like, it's like, what have we been doing this whole time? Like, it's almost like they've been ousted as not running this thing as efficiently as they could be. You know why? Because it's a lot of people that have been in the media business for a long time. And when people have been in the media business for a long time, they tend to get lazy. You see it in all facets. Everyone just kind of starts going through the motions, and the same came true this time. And you see a lot of times whenever there's any voting by any media member, we live in a day and age where you have to be the hottest take, You know, you have to make a rise out of someone just to get clicks and to get eyeballs on whatever it is that you're working on. And so you will always have that when media is voting on who is worthy enough for an award or for a Hall of Fame, because people are going to be like, oh, well, I voted for this person and here's why, and they'll deliver a hot take. This should be, if anything, Adam Schefter should come out and say also, no hot takes allowed when it comes to the Hall of Fame, because it should be clear as day. Were they one of the best to play the sport? You know, you and I, we had the Eli Manning discussion last week of whether or not he's worthy. That, to me, I think is a valid discussion. But when it comes to a Bill Belichick or a Robert Kraft, as much as I hated watching them win, as much as they did during their tenure, you can't deny greatness, no matter what. Like, the longevity of it, doing it in almost like 2 different decades, right? Like they had the 10 wins apart from the 3 Super Bowls that they won each time. They still were able to find ways to win, and they were always in the AFC Championship, always, you know, if not in the Super Bowl, always right there in the conversation. So I don't know. I think it's really ridiculous that the Hall of Fame is now kind of getting off sitting on their hands for so long and finally being like, oh, well, maybe we're not doing this the best way we can. And I think it's good. I think it's best for the Hall of Fame. I think it's best for football. And I think it's best for the people that claim to be Hall of Fame voters, because I think they need the kick in the behind more than anyone.
We'll see if they, if these are things they're open to. Other than going back to in person, it sounds like everything else is still is on the table, but also we'll see if they actually commit to, releasing vote totals and ballots. I think vote totals, to me, there's no reason not to release vote totals. I understand some of the hesitancy to releasing who everybody voted for. I think it should be more transparent, but I also think you and I recognize in today's day and age, unfortunately, with social media, people will say stuff they would never say in person. I mean, I saw it here firsthand. Last week, we were discussing Vahe Gregorian of the Kansas City Star. He was one of the voters that did not vote for Bill Belichick, and he gave his reasoning. I disagreed with it, but I respect the fact he put his name on it. And as you can imagine, he got a lot of, not just heat. That's okay if people disagree, but very hateful things, threatening things toward him. And that's probably the strongest argument of why you shouldn't put everybody's name public to the vote, because whether it's Belichick or whether it's just some diehard, let's just say, Steelers fan that's upset that their favorite player didn't get in, people overreact, to say the least. And so I think that part, I don't know, as I've thought about it more and more the last couple of weeks, I don't know if voters and who they specifically voted for actually having their name attached is as good of an idea as what we all want it to be. But vote totals, why not? I mean, I should know if Bill Belichick was 20 votes away or was he, 11 votes away or what, I would love to know that. And then the one tweak that it sounds like they're not willing to do, which I actually thought was the biggest issue in this entire Belichick thing. Everybody wants to make it about vendettas and was it because of cheating or not. In this same report from Adam Schefter this morning, he said that no changes to coach/contributor grouping with seniors. Well, the reason why I think that's a mistake, right now you have, for example, a Bill Belichick being considered along with a contributor being considered with seniors. And so this issue of those that wanted to vote for like Kenny Anderson or L.C. Greenwood, who, by the way, those guys still didn't get in, even though some people voted for them, and that's what kept Belichick out. They didn't get any of their guys in after all that. Well, you're comparing guys that have been eligible for 30 years that may never get in with a guy that just now is eligible. I don't know why we can't separate the grouping here. And I know they don't want to have 10 or 11 person Hall of Fame classes every year and water down what it means to get in the Hall of Fame. But I don't know. I'm disappointed to hear that they're not considering separating the grouping. This is why, like for Tom Brady, it's not going to be an issue for those saying, well, was he going to get in? Well, he's only going to be compared to players. He's not going to be paired with the same group of coaches and contributors or senior members. He's only going to be considered among this pool of players. So he's easily going to get in. And I think it'll be unanimous if we ever got the vote total next year.
Yeah, it's a great point. And it's funny that it just took the greatest head coach of all time to not get in. And you could say the greatest owner of all time, to not get in, for us to be like, well, something seems wrong here. Like, it's a shame. It's a shame it took that to get us to this realization that, oh, maybe we should adjust some things. Maybe we should tweak some things. And kind of like the point you just said, will it ever be tweaked? We don't know. But I think that the Hall of Fame has to take a good, long, hard look in the mirror, or the shiny bust, whatever they want to look at. But they need to do some reflecting this over the next few weeks and figure out, how to correct what was. I mean, it's really just. I mean, look, are Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick going to get in? Yes. But
Of course.
they should already be in. We should be talking about them being Hall of Famers right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that Robert Kraft one is tougher. Like, Bill Belichick's going to get in next year. I would be absolutely shocked. Robert Kraft's been on the ballot, man, for, as I said, I think 14 years. Maybe it's now 15. I get it confused whether we just had the 15th year. But either way, it's right in that range. And if you look, a lot of owners, unfortunately, a lot of them don't get inducted, man, until they've passed away. It's just, I'm not saying it's right, but that's just the way it's played out.
Right.
And again, I think that's because they're forced to vote in this same group. You're considering an owner with some senior members along with coaches. And so some people will look at an owner and say, I don't know. Although I do think not only the winning that Robert Kraft has had in New England since he took over, but some of the things he's done for the league, I think he absolutely should already be in by now. And maybe next year Kraft and Belichick both get to go in together. And I know there's been a lot of talk about animosity and all that sense, but that would be a pretty cool thing. And I actually think is very fitting if, in fact, those two get in the same year next year.
It's just funny that we have to refer to him as Hall of Famer Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft. Like, it's just like, we can't put that distinction over Robert Kraft's name when this is what is now 11th Super Bowl appearance since taking over as owner, whereas Jerry hasn't sniffed a Hall of Fame since the MTV Rock and Jock games were a main staple on TV, well before Carson Daly was on TRL. Like, that was the last time Jerry Jones had a good football team, and a football team in the Super Bowl. He's had some good ones before that failed spectacularly, which has been, as someone without a cowboy dog in the fight, it's been fun to watch. But it's just funny that Jerry Jones is in donning a gold jacket, and Robert Kraft is like, what more do I have to do?
Yeah, he certainly has the case to be a Hall of Famer. I do want to a little bit later on get into players and coaches in this game tomorrow out in Santa Clara and what it means if Drake May were to get a Super Bowl win. It certainly jumpstarts the legacy discussion around him and ultimately what his career could look like. Mike Vrabel is already viewed as one of the better head coaches in football, but he is missing, as a coach at least, that Super Bowl title. That could jumpstart his case eventually one day to maybe be a Pro Football Hall of Famer. So we'll get into that. But up next, we get to the list, something we do each and every Saturday here on Westwood One Sports. And the Olympics are underway. Let me just say, the Olympics has brought me a new item to add to the list. And boy, I can't wait to get into this one. We'll do that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's that time of the show here on Westwood One Sports and BetMGM Game Day where Austin and I add to our list. We've been establishing the list in our first month or so doing this show together, and we add items, whether it's sports or non-sports, that are bothering us that just can't be taking place anymore, whether it's clapping in a movie theater. We've had some bizarre ones on the show. I have one right out of the gate, though, and it's timely because, as you guys know, the Winter Olympics are officially underway over in Milan, Italy, and the opening ceremonies were yesterday, and curling and hockey are underway. I think figure skating, Team USA has been doing pretty well, I saw already. And it's one of those where after Super Bowl, I'll probably lock in a bit more. And I enjoy casually watching the Olympics. And, yeah, you can bet on the Winter Games over at BetMGM as well. Maybe you think Team USA is going to go over 12.5 gold medals. That's one of the bets that I know are available over there. You can, of course, do live betting and, the Lindsey Vonn story of the ruptured ACL, yet she's still doing downhill skiing is still one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how it's possible. I thought you're not supposed to be able to jog, and she's skiing. So if she gets a medal, it will be one of the most amazing sports feats we've seen. I really believe that. But that's not where the list is headed. The list involves ski jumping, which I don't like heights and all that. So I'm terrified when I watch this. But it's simply remarkable when you see the distance that these guys and gals can jump. So we all know in the Olympics, there's always some scandal, right? There's always some scandal involving the Olympics, whether it's a doping scandal or whatever. And WADA, which is the doping agency that overlooks this, the latest scandal and rumor right now comes from a German newspaper, the Bild. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's what we're going with. It's a German newspaper. They reported that jumpers for this event are injecting their penises with hyaluronic acid. Yeah, you heard me right. Before being measured for their suits. And you might be saying, why is this a thing? It's a fair question. It's
why is this a
question.
thing?
Yeah. Well, the surface area of the suit matters. And they measure these athletes way in advance for these high-tech, very expensive suits, aerodynamic, and you're trying to reduce the drag and all this. And every extra centimeter on a suit counts. So if your suit has 5% bigger surface area, you're going to fly further. So now you might be thinking, oh, that's why they want to have their package a little bit bigger for the measurement timing, because then the suit will have more fabric, and by the time they compete, the effects of the acid will kind of go away, and so they get more fabric in the crotch area, which leads to less drag through the air. And that is the thought. Now, this has not been confirmed. Nobody's been charged with anything or banned, but this is an all-timer. This is an Olympic story, if I've ever seen one. We got people injecting themselves. That is absolutely insane. It hurts just talking about it, quite honestly.
I don't even know what that looks like. Not that I'm trying to envision it, but do you go straight to the member with the injection? Do you inject it in your arm and it just
No. This sounds like it's right in there. Yeah.
Okay, right into the flagpole. Okay, all right. So that to me is it's just. Look, I love the Olympics for these kind of stories alone. Obviously, you get the doping stories, you get the the Olympic Village stories and all of that. That's to me where the fun in the Olympics lies. This though is an all-timer. And look, I'll speak personally. I never once have had to worry about not enough room in the crotchal region, so I can't relate at all. But if there is an acid that you can shoot in there that gives you a little girth, I guess. I don't know. I'm listening. Maybe I'll subscribe to that German newspaper that broke the story.
Yeah, let me suggest not injecting yourself with acid.
No, don't do it.
Seems like a bad idea. And so, I didn't think we would ever have this on the list, but just in case there's people considering, I am adding injecting yourself in your crotch area to make the Olympics or do a better job during the Olympics. Let's add that to the list. It seems like a really bad idea. The question I have, though, for you, honestly, though, within this, Austin, is if I told you you were guaranteed not to get caught, but this gives you a chance to win a gold medal. Are you doing it?
I mean, if I'm guaranteed not to get caught,
why wouldn't you?
oh man,
Or are you worried about
I don't like getting shots in my arm, let alone my third leg. So I don't think I don't know. I go back and forth. It's like, look, do I want to win a gold? Sure. Do I want to, take a syringe to my junk just to do it? I don't think so. I don't is there other ways? Can I just train harder? Oh, well, I guess that it kind of in a way is training harder. Yeah. Okay, so what are we adding to the list officially? Just injecting yourself?
Don't inject your private parts with acid. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the simple advice.
Okay.
And what we give to you here on BetMGM Game Day.
It is added to the list. If you've got anything you want to add to the list, to throw it in the chat, you can hit us up on socials at Austin Huff, at Alex Gold on Twitter. The thing I am adding to the list this week, I've been coming with a sports one and a non-sports one. This week I'm kind of combining the two together, because the thing I am adding to the list this week is Super Bowl commercials. And it's probably not for why you think, okay? Not because most of them just end up sucking. It's not because the worst thing that ever happened to Super Bowl commercials were those Old Spice commercials back in the day, causing every commercial and brand to try and replicate it with randomness, which most of them fail spectacularly. For me, it's twofold why I'm adding Super Bowl commercials to the list. Look, I don't need a preview for your 60-second ad, Pepsi. Okay. I hate Doritos. I don't care that Jennifer Lawrence is going to be in a big game ad for you. And, oh, wait, what's that? TurboTax has a spot with Snoop Dogg coming up? No way. I better tune in. That's the thing. We're already tuning in. You don't have to give us teasers for something we're already all going to be watching. And then, unless you're a Marvel movie or a radio DJ telling me that you've got Tate McRae tickets coming up, we don't need a tease. All right, and here's another reason why I'm adding Super Bowl commercials to the list is, guys, stop releasing your commercials online before the Super Bowl. What are we doing? If you drop it on YouTube before the Super Bowl, that doesn't make it a Super Bowl commercial. It makes it a YouTube video that got aired during the Super Bowl. I don't want to see your commercials before I'm watching the actual game. Studios don't drop their movies on YouTube before the premiere. Santa doesn't drop off presents before Christmas. And brands need to stop dropping their commercials before the Super Bowl. So for that reason, Super Bowl commercials, you're added to the list.
Wow. Okay. See, I think there's a lot of people... A lot of casual people that just watch the Super Bowl for halftime show, which is Bad Bunny this year. We also know people watch for the commercials. And so I think that, that part drives me crazy. Now, maybe this year won't be as bad because I'm going to watch it way more casually. I'm not working during the Super Bowl like I have the last 5 of the last 7 years. Yes, that's a humble brag about the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was a Chiefs guy for you.
But so I will be able to casually watch stress-free. But I typically don't like watching with people that will comment on every single commercial. They're like, "Oh, that was a really good one." That kind of drives me crazy. Let's just watch the damn commercial and watch the game, please.
Yeah, right. Hey, Siskel and Ebert. Hey, take a chill pill. All right, I don't need your review after every ad. And you know what? Though, dropping the Super Bowl commercials early brings out the guy at every Super Bowl party who's like, Oh, I've seen this one. Oh,
this
guys,
is the good one.
This one's good.
This is
a good one. I don't want that guy. I hate that guy. All right, and I'll be honest. There have been times where I've been that guy because I've watched a commercial or two before the big game. Look, don't be that guy at your party. And the one way to fix that is by telling these brands to stop dropping your commercials early. Those guys suck. The guy, hey guys, dude, you guys got to check this out, man. Oh my gosh, look, they got the Olsen twins in this spot for Pepsi Max. It's like, I don't care. All right, that guy can pipe down and let me just watch these commercials in peace without the pre-commentary and, like you said, the post-commentary.
So that's the list. A couple really strong additions to the list here on BetMGM Game Day. Now you're talking about how you're doing the Super Bowl party and all that. Are you the guy that hosts? How are you doing the setup? What's the plan tomorrow? I guess I didn't ask you.
Yeah, so we just moved into a new house this like a couple months ago, and this house is prime for hosting. Prime. Like I've
There we
mounted a
go.
few TVs on the wall, and it's great. However, in our daddy daycare group, there is a guy who is a Seahawks fan. So he sent out the invites well before we could. And so
Okay.
we are going over to his house, which I understand. Like, I wouldn't be as butthurt about it if he wasn't a Seahawks fan. Like, if you're a Seahawks fan, you need to watch this game at home. If you're a Patriots fan, you need to watch this game at home. You don't need to be going to a party, or you need to bring people to your home. So I'm willing and ready to go to his house. What about you?
Yeah, I do think, by the way, if your team's in it, you get hosting rights. If you want to host it over somebody else, you do that. You got to have him have the ability. If it goes south, he can just go upstairs and just cry himself to sleep. You need to be able to have that availability. I'll be honest, if my team's in it, I don't know if I want everybody else around. That's one of those where I want a small diehard group, because I don't want people talking during the game. I want to lock in to the football game. For me, just hanging out with family, man. This is something my family's been doing for a while, but I usually honestly, I haven't been able to be part of it for a while. So I'm looking forward to hanging out with the nephews, watching that. We bring in barbecue and just hang out and chill most of the day. Pretty low-key stuff, but like I said, I'm really looking forward to this year because it'll just be so much more laid back and kind of stress-free. We'll get back into the big game, though, including the MVP market. But thinking of MVP, Matthew Stafford wins regular season MVP, and he also essentially told us all he's coming back for another year. We'll dive into that right here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. Thanks for hanging out with us as we count down to the start of Super Bowl 60 tomorrow evening, 6:30 kickoff out in Santa Clara. Full week of Radio Row, full week of discussion, as we said, maybe not as much buzz around the game as it has been discussing the Hall of Fame, discussing the MVP market for this game, but also the NFL MVP and the fallout from that. We welcome your interaction, as always, on YouTube. You can watch the show there, youtube.com, BetMGM tonight. And, of course, this is BetMGM Game Day. You can watch there. You can listen on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey app, affiliates across the country, and on SiriusXM channel 375. We always appreciate you guys and new listeners here on the new show, so we appreciate that. I know we've got listeners that were tweeting at us earlier in the show and last week, and we certainly love having you guys with us on the show. I want to go back a couple nights because it impacts 2026 as well, and that is Matthew Stafford winning MVP, and I have zero issue with him winning it. I also would have had zero issue with Drake May winning the award. I think the fact that it was so close makes a ton of sense. You look at the counting stats, and Matthew Stafford jumps out on the page, the amount of touchdowns, his touchdown-to-interception ratio on a team that did not win his division. That'd be the only interesting thing. You know, typically the league has kind of, and voters have shown us that if you don't win your division for the most part, very rarely do you win MVP. The exception this year, they still won quite a few games despite not winning the NFC West. I also do think some voters probably factored in the legacy part of it. A bit of a legacy angle to Matthew Stafford winning it versus Drake May. The final vote tally, for those that don't remember, Matthew Stafford had 366 points and 24 first-place votes. Drake May ended up with 361 and 23 first-place votes. It's the closest MVP balloting that we've seen since there was a co-MVP, and that was when it was Steve McNair and Peyton Manning in 2003. We've only had co-MVPs twice in NFL history. The other one in the 90s. That was Barry Sanders and Brett Favre, the only other time that actually took place. And then you got Josh Allen, Chris McCaffrey, Trevor Lawrence rounding out the top five, and they were the five finalists because of that. And then the one that made no sense was Justin Herbert getting a single first-place vote. I understand, as we discussed with the Pro Football Hall of Fame, we have these variety of voters for a reason, because if we just all wanted to kick out the same result, we wouldn't have committees. We would just, kick out analytics, and for the most part, we'd have our result that way. So I am not trying to encourage groupthink necessarily. I understand it's fine to have differing opinions, but come on. And I know Sam Munson actually is the one voter that came forward and said, hey, I'm the one that voted for Justin Herbert. And he tried to go with the pure value. What if his offensive line was as good as Matthew Stafford's, and, the O-line injuries that the Chargers had? And it's a fair point. I just completely think it's ludicrous, though, to give Justin Herbert a first-place vote, because he's not winning, right? Like, this is always the debate, even in elections, basically, right? Like, are you voting for who you think can win, or are you voting for who you think is the best candidate? And everybody has a different thought process with that. And basically, he knew Justin Herbert had no chance to win, and he still voted him first place. And in a year in which it was a one-vote difference, essentially, Sam Munson in the one vote is why we don't have a co-MVP. I think Drake May would have been his vote if he had a vote for somebody other than Justin Herbert.
Yeah, this goes back to our conversation that we just had about the Hall of Fame voting, where you always see this with voters. You see it with baseball writers, you see it with football writers, you see it in every sport. Anywhere there's a chance to vote for an award or a Hall of Fame class, there's always someone that has to give this fiery hot take. And no one was considering Justin Herbert the MVP this season. And a large part of that was due to the health of his offensive line. Like, he was bruised and battered for most of the season. Justin Herbert is a very good quarterback. Justin Herbert could win an MVP at some point in his career. This was not the year to do it. And the problem I have when you've got, writers like Sam Monson, like, coming out and saying this and putting his name to it, which I respect, because you're going to catch a lot of heat for it.
Sure.
Will he be consistent with that take in other years when he's voting? Will he deliver that same stance of, like, maybe he's not the best statistically, but if you take him off the team, will he be as valuable? Because, Alex, we were kind of talking about this earlier. Like, if you take Patrick Mahomes off the Chiefs, which we did for the last third of the season, you really kind of see what the team is and what they are, especially offensively. Are you gonna throw maybe a vote, maybe a fourth or fifth place vote Patrick Mahomes' way? Like, are you going to do that for literally every other quarterback, or is this just because I don't really want to vote for Drake May, I'm kind of tired of the Patriots, or I'm not Matthew Stafford, like, he's good, but I can make an argument for someone else. Like, no, this is not the time to make your arguments for someone else. This is the time to reward the man who has been the best. And in this case, I mean, obviously it was Stafford, but you could also say it was Drake May, and we were a vote away from it being a co-MVP situation.
Again, I would have had no issue with Drake May winning. I think you take a look at the roster that he has, and this is the exciting thing, I guess, for Patriots fans, even if the result doesn't go their way tomorrow, is that they got a ton of cap space. They're potentially going to add, I think, a big-time playmaker on offense, whether you believe that's an A.J. Brown or a Mike Evans or somebody like that. Drake May, well, I don't want to act like he has a bunch of scrubs around him. Stephon Diggs played great this year. I love their backfield with Stevenson and Henderson. Hunter Henry is not a bad tight end to have around either, but I do think Drake May propped up his team more with his quarterback play. You look at Stafford, the knock there would only be, hey, he's got Puka, he's got Devontae Adams, he's got an offensive genius in Sean McVay. A lot of his touchdowns, some people will use it against him. They'll say, wow, big touchdown numbers, but also how many of them came from inside the 5 or inside the 1 or whatever it was this year. He had quite a few, So I actually think you could have made a case for either May or Stafford. It's why it was so close in the betting markets as well for much of the year. I just don't know. Even Josh Allen getting 2 first-place votes to me makes zero sense. This is not even just me pinpointing Justin Herbert, but like Josh Allen getting 2 first-place votes this year to me also just doesn't really make any sense.
That's what, like, it kind of goes into the point. It's like, why are these writers doing this? Like, why if you want to really go like hot take artist with it, why didn't Sam Darnold get any MVP votes based solely off of you take him off of the Vikings and look at what happened to the Vikings? You could make that argument too, but that's the thing. This is not the time to make arguments. And this is voting for awards, voting for the Hall of Fame. You're not a panelist on First Take. All right, this isn't around the horn. Like, you don't need to be delivering.
Well, a couple of the voters are, unfortunately, Austin. You got guys like, Dan Orlovsky. I guess he's not a full-time guy on First Take, is he? I guess he's technically just a contributor. I don't know. But you're absolutely right.
Right. No, I mean, like, that's the thing. It's like and that's one of the reasons why I hate where sports television has become, it's become more about talking heads than it has become the actual highlights of the sports and the games and letting us, the fan, choose for themselves. It's always like, oh, here, let me educate you on why this take is this. And then, everyone ends up having the same take. And, but to rise above in that very fierce sports media world, like, you have to have a take that nobody else has. And this is just not the time to do it. But that's the thing. I don't think a lot of these writers and a lot of these talking heads can't separate the two. And thus you get issues like this. Now, I will say, personally, on a personal note, I am very happy that Matthew Stafford won MVP just solely on the fact of him bringing his 4 daughters up on stage as a dad of 2 young girls. My goodness, my eyes were welling up more than at the ending of Marley and Me. I was so like, I was a blubbering mess. The whole next day, my feed was just Matthew Stafford is a great dad content. I was just like, oh my gosh. And like you saw the video that went viral after he lost in the divisional round of him going, or excuse me, in the, or what was it? The divisional round, the championship round.
Championship. Yeah.
Yeah. Where he goes and he tucks in his daughter, like it. That I was just like, look, give me all of the Matthew Stafford is a great dad content because I am here for it. And it makes me like the guy so much more. I was just like, I was sending them to my wife. And I was like, why am I getting so emotional at work right now? Like, I need to stop. I need to block my phone from any of that stuff, because if you catch me with tears in my eyes, you'll know that it's because I was just watching Matthew Stafford with his daughters.
It was a very cool moment. Yeah, all 4 of his daughters up on stage as he was accepting the MVP award. You probably also saw the video of when his daughters created a video to tell him he was going to be MVP.
Oh, I saw it all.
That was pretty special. He also, though, man, provided, I guess, the answer that we were all wanting, which is he coming back in 2026? Towards the end of his speech on Thursday night, he said, I can't wait to be back out there. Hopefully I'm not at this award show and I'm playing at SoFi next year in the Super Bowl. That's where the Super Bowl will be. Super Bowl 61 is in LA next year. And so you saw then they cut to Sean McVay and Kyron Williams and Puka, who were there as well. And they were all fired up. And that's why you heard the roar. Matthew Stafford's coming back in 2026. And look, other than, if he would have won the Super Bowl and maybe wanted to ride off in the sunset, he's the MVP. He's currently playing at a high level. So why not? And he was able to make it through healthy. I know heading into the year, there was a ton of questions about whether or not his neck, I think it was neck or back, I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it was, that he had an injury in the offseason. He wasn't really practicing and all that. And then here he goes, and he doesn't miss a single game in 2025. So Matthew Stafford's back in 26. This is also why we were discussing earlier in the show, the sustainability of the Seahawks and who's more likely, the Patriots or Seahawks, to get back here next year. And I said it's probably New England because that division, man, is so brutal. And now, Stafford's still there. So the Rams aren't falling off a cliff. Kyle Shanahan's always going to have the 49ers in the hunt. And then, Seattle, I don't think they're falling off a cliff either, but it's just going to be such a battle to get back to being a division winner. The only team nobody really is going to give much stock into next year is going to be the Cardinals, who will have Mike LaFleur as their head coach. And we don't know if it'll be Kyler Murray or what's going to happen with the Cardinals. So Matthew Stafford being back is bad news for the NFC West and for the NFC.
Yeah, it's great news for the Rams, and it's great news for people that play the stock market, because you should invest right now in Kleenex, because I am about to buy so much of it if I have to put up with another year worth of Matthew Stafford is a great dad content. But no, I mean, I'd say for losing the NFC Championship, things have gone about as well as they possibly could for the Rams, aside from losing Mike LaFleur. But you bring in Cliff Kingsbury, you get your MVP quarterback back. Like, you got Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. Like, you've got a solid arsenal. Like, it's funny, the Seahawks are in the Super Bowl, and I'm thinking it's hard not to say the Rams are the favorite to win the West next year. Am I wrong in saying that?
So the Seahawks were 7-1, I think it was, preseason to win the West, and now we've all seen the year they had. It's a good question. I think it'll be very tight in the odds. You might be right, though. I would not be surprised to see the Rams next year open up as preseason NFC West favorites. But you certainly aren't getting Seattle, as we know, ever at 7-1 anytime soon to win the West. I think it'll be a very jumbled odds market. But yeah, I think you're probably right. If we had a guess right now where BetMGM might have the NFC West without even knowing, of course, any of the offseason moves and drafts and everything like that.
Sure.
I think that's probably fair.
I think what Sean McVay is running there in Los Angeles is like, I mean, it's always been reload rather than a rebuild at all times, and having your quarterback obviously is the biggest piece to that. So, and you saw at the NFL honors, like when Matthew Stafford did announce that he was coming back, like he was the first man to stand up and was like, yes, thank you. Because he's been very vocal about it all week of like, man, I'm really hoping that Stafford comes back. We're banking on it and we're hoping that, we get him back because, he knows more than anyone just how hard it is to fill that position, let alone fill it with someone as good as Matthew Stafford was this past year. And if he's playing that well in, what year is this for Stafford? Like what he was drafted in the late 2000s. Like this is, he's playing this well this late into his year. Like he's almost 40 years old and he's playing that well. Yeah, sign me up for one more year. Let's get more. See if we can squeeze more juice out of him, and then if you just surround him with really good talent like they did this past season, it makes his job a lot easier as well. So I don't know. I'm really high, or I guess bullish, if we're talking stock market, on the Los Angeles Rams for next season. That and Kleenex as well.
Definitely going to invest now that you're giving me a heads up that at least in the Chicago area where you're based, they might be running out of Kleenex because of Matthew Stafford. I think the other part of NFL honors, I don't know, did you watch much of it or did you just kind of see the clips? Because I thought one part was just interesting the way they produced it. So, and maybe nobody else cares and maybe I'm way off here, but did you notice how I thought it was cool, for the offensive rookie and defensive rookie, they had family members of the nominees up on stage. So whether it was a dad or a sibling or whoever, and they all kind of gave like a 30-second, like, here's why I love this person, basically, right? Or why this person's great. And it was very, very cool. But it was awkward at one point. So when Ted McMillan won Offensive Rookie of the Year, and most people thought he would, it was actually the dad of Tyler Shuck who had the Microsoft Surface tablet, like swiped right, and then said, and the winner is Teteroa McMillan. And so the dad of one of the nominees, Tyler Shuck, had to announce the award that his son wasn't winning. And I was like, we got to do better with that. Gosh. That's a little awkward. Whereas, like, on the flip side, Defensive Rookie of the Year, which went to the Browns linebacker, Carson Schlesinger, it was actually his dad that got to announce it, which was really cool. And I'm like, oh, that must have been planned. But maybe not, because, again, they had Tyler Shuck's dad announcing that it wasn't his son that won. That's a little awkward, right?
Yeah, they're probably thinking, well, rookie quarterback, shine for the Saints. It's the first time they've had a decent quarterback since Drew Brees. It feels like they're probably thinking, yeah, he's probably a shoe-in for this award. But then you book it gives off hints of announcing La La Land as Best Picture. But it's Moonlight. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. And how many years has it been since that? Has it been like 10 years on that?
That was 2018. That was 2018 Academy Awards.
Okay.
Yeah.
8 years ago.
Almost.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. I know, right?
I'll remember that one. I did not watch it. I happened to be in Vegas, and I was walking on the Strip, and everybody, my Twitter feed blew up with that. And I was one of those where, like, I missed out on being there live when it happened, and it really bugged me for a while because I'm like, I missed this. I had to find out secondhand. I didn't get to watch it live. One of the all-time flubs in Oscar history.
We were at an Oscar party, and I was clean and shot because I'd voted for La La Land for just about every category, and they won, I think, like 11 or 13 awards that year, and they and I had it for Best Picture, and so they obviously they announced that they win, and I'm celebrating my victory because I'm like, oh, I won this Oscar poll, and then they're like, wait, there's been a mistake. Moonlight has won Best Picture. There's Moonlight, get up here, get up on stage. And I was like, well, wait, what does that mean? Can I at least get a half point? Because I kind of got it on my Oscar score sheet here. Does that count? They wouldn't give it to me. No, so.
He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. This is Westwood One Sports BetMGM Game Day. Up next, though, I do want to pivot a little bit to what could be happening this offseason in the NFL. As you guys know, once the Super Bowl is over, we very quickly get an NFL offseason. And could one of the biggest and best pass rushers in the NFL be on the move? One NFL insider says that's the case, despite the player pushing back a day later. We'll tell you who that is and what it could mean for teams looking for some defensive help. That's coming up next year on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Give us a follow if you like the show, interacting with us as well. We'll keep an eye on some of your tweets on X, at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff, and at Westwood One Sports. One, just the numerical one there if you're looking for the correct social media account on X, and over on Instagram as well, at Austin Huff, at Alex KC Gold. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on a Saturday. We'll get back into the Super Bowl coming up next hour on the show, but the story away from the Super Bowl this week, other than the Hall of Fame mess, has been whether or not one of the league's best pass rushers could be on the move. We all know in season we saw one of the league's best pass rushers on the move. That was Micah Parsons. He got traded, of course, from Dallas over to Green Bay, and then unfortunately suffered the serious knee injury. He's in the process of rehabbing. He was out there on, Lightning McQueen, the scooter there during the Pro Bowl games, having a great time, Micah Parsons was. I thought that was one of the highlights of an otherwise waste of time. That is the Pro Bowl games out in a convention center.
Oh,
and
gosh.
pulling out fake turf that was there. But Jay Glazer, one of the league's better insiders for a long time, was on Yahoo Sports Daily and suggested that Max Crosby wants out of Las Vegas.
I think his time with the Raiders is done.
I do.
Before the draft?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Is there a landing spot that makes sense in your opinion?
A ton of them. I'm not going to say what it is yet because I'm going to try and help it out.
Sure. What kind of haul do you think realistically a Max Crosby gets in general?
He probably more than Micah. So the day it happened, no less than 20 teams called me and asked, dude, is this real? Can we get him? What's it for? I'm like, God, we're not there yet, but yes, it's real.
Do you think his time with the Raiders is done because that's a Raiders decision or because that's a Max
It's not
Crosby
his
decision?
decision. They didn't want to do it. But he was just like, I'm not going through another rebuild.
Max Crosby has been the all-pro. He's been prototypical Raider, all in, just fits that organization so well, and one of the league's best defensive ends, no question about that. He is a little bit older than Micah Parsons, so we can get into the value part of it in a second. Just what did you make, though, of Jake Glazer's reporting? We also know since then Max Crosby did some radio interviews and TV interviews yesterday wearing Raiders gear and, essentially pushed back a little bit. Now, he did not commit to saying I'm a Raider for life or anything like that, but he certainly did not suggest that he wants out of Las Vegas. But Jay Glazer is connected as anybody in the business as well. Usually when there's some noise, when there's some smoke, there's some fire. I believe Max Crosby will get traded this offseason.
Yeah, I think it's like the worst.
All right, we lost Austin's microphone there a little bit. I want to get Austin's reaction. We'll see if we can get his mic connected to it. Look, I think it was key in what Jake Glazer had to say, which is that this was Max Crosby, he says, going to the Raiders and saying, I don't want to be part of a rebuild. And we know they're going to have a new head coach. We know they got the top pick. Mendoza's going to be their quarterback next year. They got Brock Bowers. They got Genty. Is that enough? And is Clint Kubiak enough to convince Max Crosby that this is not a 2 or 3 years down the road type of rebuild? And I just find it hard to believe in that division with what the Broncos are now, with what the Chiefs I still think are, with the Chargers and Justin Herbert, that the Raiders in the next year or two are suddenly going to truly be competing for a division title. I just don't see it.
See, and the most important aspect of especially that offense is the offensive line. And when you have all 5 positions that you need filled, which essentially the Raiders do, that takes years. That takes a long time. You can't just do that in a 1-year free agency and draft mix up. Like it takes a while. Which for that reason, that's why I feel like Max Crosby. I believe Jay Glazer when he says, the handwriting's on the wall. I will say this, it's funny because you hear that and everyone in my neck of the woods here in Chicago is salivating at the mouth, much like like a Looney Tunes cartoon does at the window of a bakery. They are literally just like, give me a Max Crosby ASAP, because they saw the kind of difference that Micah Parsons made on that Packers team. That I fully believe before he got injured, he elevated the play of what was like a, it wasn't the best Packers team ever, but when they brought Micah Parsons on board, he elevated that team tremendously. And I think Max Crosby is that type of player and could be that type of player for whatever team he ends up on. I don't think like he went on Cowherd and he says, like he was all consummate professional, which you would expect nothing less from Max Crosby. He's not going to, play into the diva aspect of wanting out or anything like that. He is going to be a Raider until he is told he is no longer a Raider. And I think that time is sooner than we expect. I think Max Crosby will for sure be on the move. I agree with everything that Jay Glazer said.
How about the part where Jay Glazer said Max Crosby would get a bigger haul for the Raiders than what Micah Parsons got? We know the Micah Parsons trade, two differences, I guess. That was a midseason trade, which limits the pool of teams that are interested in trading. That's why you hear that 20 teams are maybe interested in Max Crosby. Max Crosby is also 2 years older, in fairness, than Micah Parsons. Parsons is 26. Crosby's 28. Has had a little more injury history. I know that's weird to say right now as it's Micah Parsons, the one rehabbing from a knee injury, but historically, Max Crosby's struggled more to stay healthy. I don't know if I want to say injury prone, but he certainly has been a little less healthy. And the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, it makes you wonder, like, did they get enough back in the Micah Parsons trade anyway? But that was 2 firsts, including this year, and a Pro Bowl player, and I know the Pro Bowl doesn't mean as much as it once did, but a Pro Bowl player and starter in Kenny Clark. And so are we talking about 2 firsts and a better player? Are we talking about 2 firsts and a second for Max Crosby? I'm with you that Chicago, and I mean, we can make a long list of teams that are interested. They're not going to trade him to an AFC West team. So I know people even in Kansas City here where I'm based, we're all about him. Like, stop wasting your time. He's not coming to Kansas City for a variety of reasons. But if you're New England, if you're Buffalo, if you're Chicago, I mean, on and on we go. He'll, of course, have plenty of suitors. Do you think the Raiders should do it? I guess let me ask you that, because Max Crosby can say what he wants, but they don't have to trade him. Do you think the Raiders should, knowing that he's 28, by the time the Raiders are truly, in my opinion, having a chance to be competitive, it's probably when he's 30 years old, and he's due for another contract at that point in time?
Yeah, I've never really fully been a big believer in the trading an already known asset like Max Crosby is for something like a handful of draft picks, because draft picks, every single one is a coin flip. As
Sure.
high or as low as you want to go with the draft pick, you don't know if they're going to turn out in the NFL or not. With that said, though, with so many holes that the Raiders have needed to fix, like, we know the Raiders aren't going to be the team that jumps from worst to first next year, as a team does in the NFL every single year. It's not going to be the Raiders. I think the Raiders would best suit themselves to get, you've got a ton out of Max Crosby, but like you said, he's older. He's dealt with some injury issues. His trade value, I don't think, will ever be higher than it is right now. I think you can get the most out of him. And for NFL teams, you always want to collect as many top 100 draft picks as you possibly can. Those first couple of rounds are invaluable. And I think for a team like the Raiders and where the Raiders are at, trust me, I'm a Titans fan. I know full well, I got my PhD in rebuilds. This is how you have to do it. And I think Max Crosby, you're never going to get him for a better price than you will this offseason, and collect as many of those top 100 draft picks as you can and just start to work. Because you've already got a young core. You've already got, with Brock Bowers on the offensive side of the ball, Ashton Gentry, it's literally you've got the pieces in place. Now you just have to collect more pieces, and then you work from there. And it really starts with that offensive line.
This also feels different than what we went through last offseason with Myles Garrett. Remember, initially he wanted out. Then after all, it turned out he just wanted more money, and he played the game perfectly. And suddenly he was fine with staying in Cleveland once he got the mega contract. I don't think that, this is, to me, and based on Jake Glazer's reporting, this is not Max Crosby wanting a new deal or something like that. I know. Yeah. This is, if he gets traded, it's because he doesn't want to be around for another rebuild and deal with, spending his tires, quote unquote, for nothing. Despite, I have no doubt he would love to win in Vegas and win for the Raiders. But at some point, I never blame a player that was drafted by an organization and gave them, 7 to 8 years or whatever of his career, if not more, and said, you know what, I also, for my own legacy, I want to know what it's like to play in playoff games and have a chance to be in a Super Bowl. I don't blame anybody for that. If, in fact, this results in Max Crosby getting traded, it kind of has the feeling, though, you and I might be talking about this for a couple months. I mean, this could be leading up until draft night. And one of those where we're waiting to see, is he getting traded? And it's that Thursday night in Pittsburgh, and we're waiting around to see if he actually gets traded and there's a blockbuster move.
Yeah, it could be a draft night trade, too. You know, we've seen a lot of big names being moved on draft night itself, and Max Crosby very well could be. Because the closer you get to draft day, the antsier teams get, right? And, you know, they start being more frivolous with their spending or the things that they're willing to give up to get a commodity like Max Crosby. The sad part about all of this is Max Crosby, when you just look at Max Crosby, he looks like a Las Vegas Raider. He looks
100%,
he looks like,
man.
Right?
100%.
Like he looks like not just on the field, but he looks like you could put him up in, section 117, row S, seat 10, and it literally be, oh, yeah, that dude fits as a Raiders fan, let alone a Raiders player. Like, if you just put some spikes on his shoulder pads, you could put him in the stands, and he's a Raiders fan. Like, Max Crosby has all the looks and feels of a Las Vegas Raider, and it's kind of stinks that we could have, like Jay Glazer said, seen his last game in the silver and black, and in turn, they are probably going to be bringing in Fernando Mendoza, who is like the antithesis of anything Raider and Raider fan.
No, 100%. And Max Crosby's also just a great story. It's been well documented, some of his struggles off the field. He's an awesome story and well respected across the entire league. But we'll see. Let's remember, towards the end of the year, he wanted to keep playing. And I know it was the prior regime, at least as a head coach, and Pete Carroll, but they sat him. And that came from not just Pete Carroll, that came from the front office as well. And they made the right decision from hey, we want to make sure we get, a top pick in the draft kind of thing. But also, that clearly was not something Max Crosby was thrilled with, saying, hey, I can't play. I know he was a little banged up, but he could have played through it. So all this contributes to perhaps what could lead to a trade this offseason for one of the best on the defensive side of the ball in Max Crosby. Up next, though, let's get some of the sounds of the week. There were plenty of them. Radio Row underway. Of course, as we get set for Super Bowl 60, sounds of the week, including what Roger Goodell had to say about officiating and working in AI. Could we see that as soon as next year? That's coming up here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a Saturday here on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will get into the NBA trade deadline. I know we talked a lot about it last week, wondering whether or not Giannis Antetokounmpo would be on the move. He, of course, staying put in Milwaukee for now. What does that mean for some of the odds markets, and what does it mean for the future of the Milwaukee Bucks? Also, sure looks like Ja Morant and the Grizzlies, they're tearing it down to the studs, although they did not move Ja Morant before the deadline. So we'll talk a little NBA coming up in 20 minutes. But let's get to some of the sounds of the week, and plenty of them out in Santa Clara for Radio Row and Super Bowl week. Some of the sounds related to the game tomorrow. Some of them a little bit further away from this game, but certainly impact the NFL moving forward, including Commissioner Roger Goodell, who held his annual press conference. It's one of the more anticipated ones of the entire year. It's one of the rare times where he takes questions in an open forum like this. And he was asked about officiating, and here's what he had to say about utilizing even more technology with officials.
And that's why I think our job is to try to, how do we support them with more technology that's going to allow them to make sure we get it right. That's what everybody wants, from fans to coaches to players. Everybody wants that. And I think we can do that. We've made some real advancements of replay assist that can monitor aspects of the game that we can fix when we see an obvious error. I think we have to go further with that.
So that was Roger Goodell talking about technology. I think replay assist, I'll say this, has definitely been a good thing. But I don't know when and how they choose to do it. That's the confusion, right? Like when they do it, I'm like, you know what? That was nice. That took 20 seconds. Like, sure, let's move on. Let's keep playing.
Yeah.
I actually think replay assist is great. But sometimes there's no rhyme or reason when they choose to do it. Like, why did that one have to be challenged? But this other one, the ref came in and said, yeah, hold on. You don't have to use your challenge. They already looked upstairs. It's not a catch. That's my issue with replay assist, but overall, I think that's been good. The other element of technology, the virtual measurement thing's a giant waste of time. So I don't know if we want more technology actually around officiating in the NFL.
Yeah, we kind of talked about this last week with the being able to retroactively call penalties based off of replay. Like we don't want that. We don't need that, Raj. Like, look, we love technology, but we don't need too much technology, because then it becomes something other than what we want to watch. Like, I don't want to, like the last 2 minutes of an NBA game is, we're staring at the crouched over referee looking at monitors. Like, that's not fun for me, the viewer. So I don't want football to kind of become that in a way. In a lot of ways it has. I think it's literally just like what we want really more than anything as fans is transparency. And we clown on like the XFL all the time, but really the XFL has done so many good things, a lot of which the NFL has stolen and implemented into their own game, dating back to the first iteration of the XFL with things like the Sky Cam and on-field cameras and on-field interviews. Things like that the NFL didn't have prior to the XFL. It's very innovative in that front. Well, the XFL now, or I guess now the UFL, they go live inside the booth. They have their replay officials mic'd up. They have referees mic'd up, and you can hear what they're talking about, what they're discussing. That, to me, I think, especially in this day and age where the NFL is pushing sports betting and gambling, I think the transparency is something that we need to know as fans more than anything, because we're betting thousands and hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars on this sport every single year. That transparency is huge in making sure that there is no ifs, ands, or buts when it comes to these calls. And we may not agree with the calls, but at least we see then why they made the calls.
Yeah, the ACC does a great job with their command center, and we get that insight and hearing what the officials' communication is. I think that'd be phenomenal in the NFL. I feel like they're almost afraid to do that in the NFL, not because there's some conspiracy, but just because then everybody's, what is on the line even more. I think that's what needs to happen. I think these officials should be forced to be full-time officials as well. I think it's ridiculous how they're allowed to go be an attorney for 6 months and also be an official for 6 months or whatever the breakdown is. I think that's insane. To me, it should become a requirement with the NFL Ref Association, or the Ref Association, I should say, the Ref Union. But I thought it was interesting from from Roger Goodell. By the way, that was Roger Goodell on Westwood One Sports Talk with Scott Graham about officiating. So elsewhere, though, on a lighter note, I think we have what has probably gotten way too much traction this week was Tom Brady saying he doesn't have a dog in the fight here and he's not rooting for the Patriots this week. And then you have some Patriot legends responding. You got Asante Samuel tweeting, "Hey Tom, you better choose the Patriots or else I've got some dirt on you," essentially. And then you got Vince Wilfork, who was on WEEI in Boston, saying this.
That's bull crap, Tom.
Thank you.
That's bull crap, Tom.
Thank you.
Come on, Tom. Now.
Why won't he give
all that political? This ain't political.
Yeah.
It ain't political. What it is.
Yeah.
Raiders ain't in it.
Yep. Thank you, Vince.
That's right. Say what it is.
Right.
What you see.
Yep. You want to come back and say, "Hey, I'm a Patriot for life," then you should be rooting for him.
Man, look at the end of the day. If you're a Patriot for life, you know what it is. Don't give me that political bull crap. That's just what it is.
That's it.
If you don't think we're going to win, just pick Seattle then.
Right.
Yeah. Don't straddle the fence.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Don't straddle the fence.
Thank you.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vince Wilfork.
So having some fun with it a little bit more. Not as serious as the tweet seemed from Asante Samuel. Do you think this is as big of a deal as people made it out to be? Because, look, Tom Brady, we know he's part of the ownership group with the Raiders. We also know he made his career in New England. He's got a statue now in front of Gillette Stadium in Foxborough. I'll say this, though, as just a fan, we do this for a living, but we grew up as just fans of teams, and I'm still a fan of a team in multiple teams. If a legendary figure like Tom Brady, or pick your team, if Josh Allen 15 years from now, or Patrick Mahomes 15 years from now, is even a part owner for another team, but the team he had the most success with and won all his rings with and all that, if he said, yeah, I can't root for them, or I don't have a dog in the fight, I get why fans in Foxborough would be livid with the comments, but also, does it matter as much as people are making it out to be?
I think yes. Look, if I was a fan of the Patriots and I heard my 6-time Super Bowl winning quarterback say he doesn't have a dog in the fight after spending 20 years with the organization, I would have been like, what? What? Like, are you kidding me? Like, that's like, I don't know, like an ex-girlfriend literally being like, yeah, I don't, I don't remember the last 20 years I spent with you, the relationship that we had. Like, yeah, I understand especially from the players, especially from the former teammates. Like, it's one thing for fans to, look, we're fans. It's short for fanatic. We get up in arms about the dumbest things when it comes to our teams. But the thing that really is, it means even more from the players. And Asante Samuel hitting him with you have 24 hours to respond, to me, as someone, just a casual observer, funniest thing I think of the entire week was it was like we were watching Drake and Kendrick going at it with rap beef online, and we were just here witnessing it. But as the players themselves, I understand, because you guys went to battle, you went to war with each other. And for you to be like, yeah, I don't really care who wins. I don't know. It was a weird take by Brady, because it wasn't hard for him to get this right, I guess.
And he's got so many opportunities now off the field. I understand he's a broadcaster. He's trying to remain neutral. But he's also not the crew that's calling Super Bowl 60. He's not on NBC. That's who's calling the game.
Right.
If the game was on Fox, then I totally get it, right? You're not like Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth are not out here before the game saying who they're rooting for. That's just a no-no. You just don't ever see that. Tom Brady's not broadcasting the Super Bowl. It's also a reminder, I think, for sports fans, and I think this is something that it took me a while to grasp, and that is that players come and go, man. Like, you have your favorite player and guys that you buy a jersey from as you were a kid or whatever, and the first player that you really rooted for and all that. But at the same time, you root for that team, right? Like, you're that fan that is rooting for the Patriots, you're a Patriots fan for life. the players don't care as much about the franchise as you do. I'm sorry, it's just reality. And here's another example of that. They just don't. I'm not saying Tom Brady, when he was playing for him, didn't care. But ultimately, players come and go, but the jersey and the helmet and all that remains the same for you as a sports fan. So, the NBA is proven this time and time again, right? You better be a fan of that team because that player's not there in 5 years most of the time anyway. And I think it's just a reminder for us, even the greats and the legends, man, they move on. You better still just root for the team you root for.
It's the same amount of buy-in that really any employer in America has with their own company, right? Like the teams that they play for are essentially the companies that they work for. It's just who signs their paycheck. And, if another company is going to hire you away, guess what? You're going to start liking that company more than your previous company. And right now, Tom Brady works for a different company. He works at the Las Vegas Raiders. So, and I understand that aspect of it. However, I do think it was very easy for him to just be like, look, I was a Patriot for so long. We did a lot of winning there. I would love to see them win. And but
exactly. That's all.
If they don't, the Seahawks, I've got their offensive coordinator coming to town as my head coach. Like I'm okay with them winning as well. Like that, I think it would have been a more political than I don't have a dog in this fight. You do, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to lie. Like, we're not the Tom Brady's not on a show where he's giving picks every week and I need him to say he's picking the Patriots to win every game. I don't want that. This is a simple like, hey, who are you rooting for? Like, look, I played a bunch of years in New England. I'm obviously rooting for the Patriots and Drake May. Good for him. Like, that's all it had to be. So it's not the end of the world by any means, but it was a little odd to me. Like, he's trying to be Switzerland out here. I don't get it.
Yeah, right. It's I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like this new broadcaster Brady. I don't know. Maybe it's just me though.
I actually think he's more likable now than ever before. I actually enjoy him on the Fox booth, if I'm being honest. All right, up next, though, let's pivot to the NBA. The trade deadline was on Thursday. Very active, just not the big name on the move that we all expected. Still could see it happen, though. I'm talking about Giannis. We'll get into what that means for some of the odds in the East next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Gameday, we'll get back into the big game in 20 minutes, including how on earth did Mike Vrabel get out of Nashville? I know Austin has some thoughts on that, having covered the Tennessee Titans and Mike Vrabel, the coach of the year, or Mike Verbal, according to Tiffany Haddish, which was a great moment during the NFL honors. So we'll talk a little Vrabel and what he's been able to do there in New England in just a little bit. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Saturday here on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show. Maybe you're listening on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, or affiliates across the country, maybe even SiriusXM channel 375. But you can also watch us, if you dare, as well over on YouTube. I believe Austin's rocking the that's the C hat for Chicago, I would assume, that he is rocking today, going with the hat this morning. I don't think he's a Guardians fan suddenly or a Reds fan. That seems like that would be for Chicago.
Yeah, this is definitely a repping the city that I currently reside in. Absolutely love Chicago, but it is, of course, in all black. It is an all black Cubs hat because I am in mourning, it being the final week for football. So I usually wear black anyway, but this week I have an excuse.
Yeah, we did not plan. You and I both in black on a Saturday here on Westwood One Sports. It could have been a worse week in Milwaukee. They might have been, in their feelings if Giannis would have got traded, although it feels like that is just delaying the inevitable. Let's get into this trade deadline. Last week, you and I discussed quite a bit the scenarios for Giannis and understanding that there was a real scenario in which he didn't get traded. And based off of teams that might have more to offer in July than they do here in February, and that seems to be what happened, where Milwaukee fielded offers, they reportedly countered, but Giannis stays put for now, and I still think he's getting traded in the offseason. I would be shocked. This feels like the Bucks taking care of the Bucks, doesn't it? If you wanted to help Giannis, you would have traded him in season, given him a chance this year to go win a title with somebody. He's got a year left on his contract. Now in the offseason, whoever signs him or whoever trades for him, likely has to give him an extension, or at least he'll be able to dictate where he wants to go more. But the better move for the Bucks, don't you think, is doing what they did, which is waiting to the offseason, trade him when there are far more teams with better offers, I believe, than what was potentially out there here in February. It would have been doing Giannis a favor to trade him in season, but the offseason is actually better for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about this last week where, I was thinking it would have been better. I thought that they would have found a better deal in season because you get teams that are like, oh, we're in win now mode. We gotta break free and make a run for that Larry O'Brien. But then in talking about it last week, it became much more clear. Yeah, no, the offseason does make more sense. You got more suitors. You got more people willing to throw things your way. And I think the Bucks probably made the right decision because you don't want to get too antsy, especially with a player like Giannis, like a player of that caliber and who could be on the move. You want to get the most back for him because you're not going to get another generational talent like that like Giannis Antetokounmpo anytime soon. Like that is, you have a piece right now, and if you've come to terms with saying, hey, his days in Milwaukee are done, you want to get as much out of that as you possibly can. But I will concede a little bit of defeat here. Alex, you and I last week, we talked about the trade deadlines and we did a power ranking, and you and I couldn't decide who had the better trade deadline, baseball or basketball. You said basketball, I said baseball. After this week, man, I know none of the big names, the Ja Morants or the Giannis Antetokounmpos were moved, but there were a bunch of smaller trades, and even like a James Harden was moved. There were 27 of 30 NBA teams traded this week. Everyone was active. So to me, it felt very similar to the Academy Award Best Picture nominees for this year. It's like there's no blockbusters. But there's a lot of indie movies, a lot of smaller movies that are up for Best Picture that are still really good, and I think will make a big impact for teams down this home stretch of the season. So You know what? I will say the NBA trade deadline this past week was far more exciting than the MLB trade deadline. So kudos to
Yeah,
you
I just
on
think it
that
is
call.
the drama in the NBA is like no other, and yeah, we had all sorts of trades. I think it was one of the more active trade deadlines actually we've seen. We just didn't have, as you said, Giannis or a John Morant on the move, but we had Anthony Davis on the move.
Uh-huh.
He goes to the
Yep.
Wizards, and to pair up with Trae Young, they got a nice little young core going there. I think the Wizards are going to be really interesting next year. It's not going to happen the remainder of this year. I think they're going to try to position themselves to get a top pick, and then 2026 could be a really, really interesting season finally for the Wizards, who basically have been tanking for a couple years to set themselves up for this moment. So I'm excited
Mm-hmm.
actually to see for the first time what the Wizards might be. John Morant, let's get to that because John Morant not getting moved. I was surprised once I saw the Jaren Jackson trade and the 8 players that were involved in that move with Memphis and Utah, and you see the amount of first-round picks that Memphis is accumulating. They're kind of in that Oklahoma City Thunder territory now where they're just stockpiling, man. They're stockpiling first-round pick after first-round pick. So I assumed, they're tearing it down to the studs. Ja Morant's got to be on the move. Well, not at least in season. I think we'll revisit that in the offseason. But I was a little surprised they didn't just find a partner to move on from Ja in season. But I understand why Memphis has just decided to tear it all down, man, and reset that thing and hope they can go the path of the OKC Thunder. But we also know, as much as we talk about accumulating picks, the Thunder also hit on multiple picks. They hit on SGA and they hit on Chet Holmgren and on we go. So there still is the evaluation aspect of it, but I actually understand where Memphis is headed right now.
Yeah, it makes you. I mean, I still think John Morant gets moved in the offseason, but it does make you wonder. It's like maybe they're taking it down to the studs, and yet they're like, you know what? Maybe we do want to keep this wall up. Maybe we do want to keep this load bearing beam up in the house while they're doing this remodel. And John Morant, maybe that's a piece that they do build around. Which, I mean, that's a pretty good piece. I don't think it's going to happen, but it does make you wonder if the way they played out this trade deadline changes their long-term plans. But I'll tell you one thing, one team that has ripped it down to the studs yet again is the Chicago Bulls. It's a most directionless franchise, I think, maybe in all of sports, but it's certainly what feels like in the NBA. They trade away Nikola Vucevic to the Celtics, which I think is a great get for Boston. And Kobe White was shipped out, and it just feels like yet again the Bulls are just like, okay, well, we're going to rebuild again. And this is like the third or fourth time I think Bulls fans have been told this in the last 5-6 years. Remember when they had Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and they were really starting to be on the fringe of getting being a consistent playoff contender, and then they ripped that down and they built back up with some young guys, and then they're tearing that down again. It's just it's frustrating because for a franchise that's so historic, obviously, you had the 6 rings in the 90s, and they've showed flashes in the Derrick Rose era. They've been directionless ever since, and it's really kind of sad for the NBA's third largest market team to be so bad and so clueless at what they're doing.
And thinking of the Eastern Conference, there was a team that had the biggest shift in odds during the trade deadline. And over at BetMGM, you take a look. The Cleveland Cavs, man, now favorites to win the East at plus 340. Slight favorites over the Detroit Pistons, who are plus 350. Then you still have the Knicks right there. It's kind of jumbled here. Celtics and Knicks, both plus 375 before a big drop-off, and you get to the Sixers at 12-1, and even the Orlando Magic all the way down at 18-1. But the big trade there, and the reason why Cleveland jumped up, is the 11-time All-Star. James Harden is now a member of the Cavs. He'll pair up there with Donovan Mitchell, but Darius Garland and a second-round pick go back to the L.A. Clippers. And I know James Harden, future Hall of Famer, we all know this is a guy that moves around. He's been on, 7 different teams at this point in his NBA career. And ultimately, when you trade for James Harden, you never really win anything. That's the only thing that's bizarre. That's just not usually how this goes. Hell of a player, you typically just don't have the trophies or anything to show for it. With that said, do you agree with the Cavs being the favorites here? Does this pairing work for a future Hall of Famer there in Cleveland? Because they took the big jump. They're now the outright favorites at BetMGM.
Yeah, no, I do. I think, obviously the East is, don't sleep on the East, man. Like it's to go through the Knicks, Celtics, and Pistons, and then you've got the Cavs right there. And I think that's one of the reasons why they went out and got a James Harden, because they're like, okay, I think we need a piece to really set us over the edge, not just for the rest of the season, but once it comes time to playoff time. Now, I don't know if James Harden is that, because James Harden has become that perennial ring chaser. And it is kind of, I don't know, it makes me sad for a guy like James Harden, because he's such a good player, but the guy will always, like, even if he does win a ring this year, let's say Cleveland wins their second title, are we going to look at James Harden, like when the book is closed on James Harden, are we going to look back and say, yeah, that NBA champion? Or are we going to kind of, I don't know, it has the feeling of, in a way, kind of Kevin Durant, where his one ring came with that joining an already stacked Warriors team. Like, it's just, I don't love when players are just bouncing around and wanting out of places when they see that they're not going to be able to win there.
But that's the
constantly
NBA, right,
chasing
man?
that
Like,
ring.
isn't that the NBA in 2026 and really the last couple of years? I mean, there's no league that has more player movement and the ability for player empowerment for a player to force his way out. I mean, it's the only league where you see just star player after star player every year traded. Like in the NFL,
Right.
someone like Giannis would just never get traded, right? But here we are. I mean, it's the expectation is you got a star player even looking at an Oklahoma City Thunder fan with SGA, I know they don't want to hear this, but like the chances of him finishing his career in OKC is slim. I know it sounds silly right now, but like just the way the NBA goes, he's probably not finishing his career there.
Yeah, no, you're right. But I feel like obviously when LeBron went to Miami, that became like the era of the super team, and we saw it. And you saw a few titles out of Miami. You saw a few titles out of Golden State, all with these super teams. I did feel like the NBA was kind of shifting away from that in the grand sense. It felt like we're getting more parity across the league. And going into last week's show, I shared the stat that over the previous 25 games, the best team in the NBA was 18-7, and the worst team was 7-18, meaning only 10 games separated the worst team in the NBA from the best. And you're kind of seeing that this season. I did feel like we were kind of getting away from that, and not to say that we're jumping right back into the day and age of super teams, but James Harden just constantly, like through it all, has been bouncing around from market to market to market, trying to win a ring at each stop, and he hasn't been able to do so. And I just feel like when the James Harden book is shut, we're going to just be like, yeah, that was a guy that just was perennially looking for a championship. And I don't know if he'll ever find it. It's kind of like the Lord of the Rings. We're going to have to sit through 7 books, or I guess now we're on our 6th book for James Harden, to find out if he ever gets that ring. But I don't know. I just think it makes me sad when you have a player as good as James Harden just jumping around until he finds it, and he hasn't yet.
Yeah, future Hall of Famer, still looking for that ring. And, history would tell us, and I also just think even in Cleveland, I understand why they're the favorites right now. I don't expect them to win the Eastern Conference. Like, even we're looking at those odds with what we have now, that I'm not getting great value on Cleveland. You make that bet weeks ago. It's a different story. Like, out of that grouping, Cleveland, the Knicks, Pistons, and Celtics, I actually would probably put my money on right now if I was making a new bet over at BetMGM on the Celtics. I kind of like the track record and their experience in the postseason and what Jason Tatum has done come postseason. That to me is probably a team that I'd be looking a little bit more towards.
Yeah, the addition of Nikola Vucevic is, I think it's big. I really liked him when he was in Chicago. He was a piece that, he shoots from like 38% from 3 too. So he's like a big man that can shoot. I think the Celtics really got a good one there. And I think that's one of those reasons why I'm not quick to say the Cavaliers are, obviously like they're betting favorites and their odds jumped tremendously after the trade deadline. But I mean, there's still some really good teams. The New York Knicks, Boston Celtics, the Detroit Pistons. Like, there's still really good teams that stand in their way, and that's just the teams that are above the Cavs in the standings. I mean, you look at the rest of the East, and you've still got really solid teams the rest of the way, and we all know, like, kind of the NBA playoffs can be, a coin flip, at least in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, the Pistons last night, didn't they win by like 50 last night? Cade Cunningham and company just destroyed their opponent last night. I caught a little bit of that game as well. The Celtics, a big question. The reason why I'm willing to take a flyer on them with their odds where they're at is we know Jason Tatum is not back yet. There were some updates recently. Sounds like he's still ways off. I don't think we're going to see him in February necessarily. But what's he like? If all of a sudden you tell me he returns to form after the injury, then I feel like I feel pretty good about my ticket. Now, look, maybe there's a chance he's not the same player till next year. We'll see. I just think that's a good bet right now on Boston, knowing that he is going to come back at some point. He's gonna be playing in the postseason. To what extent? What's the minute restriction look like? All that. None of us know the answer to it yet. I will point out real quick on the West side, the bummer is that you don't have Giannis paired up with Steph, and the Warriors were making an aggressive push because the Thunder are minus 155, the Nuggets sitting there at 4-1. Golden State is all the way down at 80-1 to win the Western Conference. They have the, what is that, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th best odds to win the West right now. You add Giannis, what would their odds have gone from? 80-1?
Yeah.
How much would they have jumped, do you think?
I mean, goodness, I think well higher than whatever the Cavs jumped with their odds when getting James Harden.
They might have had the 3rd or 4th best odds.
Yeah, I agree. And why would you think otherwise? Because Steph Curry, like, you've got a mainstay. Steph Curry's so good to where it's like he's to me, he's like a Patrick Mahomes of the NBA, where it's like it's hard to bet against him, and especially when he has the weapons around him. And Giannis would just add so much to that game. And Steve Kerr, obviously a proven coach. But yeah, it does kind of feel like they swung and missed. And I don't have near as much confidence with them going through a very tough Western Conference in the playoffs than I would have if they were able to get Giannis on Thursday. But, I guess you kind of have to roll with who brought you here, I guess.
Coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, we're going to get right back into the Super Bowl. The one that got away in Nashville, but maybe the narrative that's out there isn't correct. Austin's going to explain to us a little bit more about how the Titans moved on from Mike Vrabel, and now Vrabel, the coach of the year, potentially a Super Bowl winning head coach in over 24 hours from now, if in fact the Patriots get it done. We'll get into some of the betting markets as well with Super Bowl 60 coming up next.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. Westwood One Sports.
The 2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel. That was Tiffany Haddish on NBC during the NFL honors. Alex Gold and Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. And then she also said Mike Vrabel twice because she said, unfortunately, Mike Vrabel's unable to join us tonight. He's getting ready for the Super Bowl. We've all said names wrong before. You talk 20 hours a week doing live radio, or 25 hours a week, I guess it is these days, doing live radio. You're going to misspeak. But, man, you got one job to name 4 names or whatever it was for the Coach of the Year. You just got to get the name right. You got to get the name right.
Yeah, the Best Picture winner is L.A. Land. L.A. Land. Oh no, wait, no, sorry. It's Monloot. No, that was a great job by Tiffany Haddish. I think she did a great job with that. And Roger Goodell probably didn't even notice it. Considering he's the guy that once called the number 2 overall draft pick Marcus Mariota.
That's right. That's exactly. Mike Vrabel has a chance to get a Super Bowl, though. As a coach, we know he already has one as a player with the Patriots. He's going up a guy in Mike McDaniel, who's trying to be the first ever defensive head coach that calls plays to win a Super Bowl as well. But Vrabel wins Coach of the Year, and I think naturally a lot of people look at what he's done in New England and said, how the heck did the Tennessee Titans move on from him? And I'll be honest, I've even said, like, wait, what happened there in Nashville? Because that's an organization that has gone through GMs and head coaches quite a bit here in this terrible cycle that they are in. Mike Vrabel, I thought, did a hell of a job in Tennessee with what he did with Ryan Tannehill and company and dealing with ownership that exists there. So you have a different perspective on this, though, because you cover the Tennessee Titans when you lived in Nashville, and I know you still follow them very, very closely. Is the feeling that Mike Vrabel needed to move on, or that the Tennessee Titans whiffed on this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, has Mike Vrabel done an amazing job in New England? Yes, he has. Did he do an amazing job in Tennessee? He did, until he didn't. And, to me, why did the Tennessee Titans fire Mike Vrabel is the easiest and, quite frankly, the laziest take in sports. But I don't blame people for going there, because the Tennessee Titans are probably one of the most boring, uncovered, unfollowed teams in the NFL. Unless you are an actual freak like myself, you would not object yourself to that type of brutal football week in and week out. But I do, and I follow it very closely. And I've got 3 reasons why Mike Vrabel was let go from the Tennessee Titans. Hindsight is very easy right now. It's very easy to say they never should have let him go. But there was a time that very clearly could. And these 3 reasons, I think, should provide more context. You still may not agree. In fact, there's a lot of Titans fans that don't agree that they ever should have let him go. And I wasn't ever on the fire Mike Vrabel train. I never once uttered those words. I don't ever utter those words for any coach. But I did understand why they let him go, and I want to try and give that. Starting with the 3rd reason right here, Mike Vrabel has a stubbornness to him and an inability to hire well, and it's hard. It's funny to say that now, given the success that he's had in his first year in New England, but as evident over the time of his Titans tenure, Vrabel always kind of believes he's the smartest man in the room, right? He walks in, and most of the time, I'll give him credit, most of the time he is. But when he's not, it leads to stubbornness. Like when the Titanic hits an iceberg and it starts sinking, he's the guy telling the coal shovelers to keep shoveling. And on top of that, he has a blind spot where he only usually hires, and Josh McDaniels, to me, really is the only lone exception, and that was probably one of the best hires he's ever made in his tenure as a head coach. But he only ever hires people he knew or previously worked with. And that is true in New England. Right now, there are currently 11 guys on staff that worked under Vrabel in Tennessee. including 7 players on the roster. He does the same thing with roster construction. Guys that he's familiar with, guys that he knows kind of fit his system. Now, look, every coach has that to an extent. I understand that, but it's easy to say that works when things are going well. But it's when things turn bad, like, say, your offense fails to score 30 points for over 3 seasons, which it did under Vrabel's tenure, then that flaw will shine. The number 2 reason, Mike Vrabel was not coaching well at the end of his tenure in Tennessee. People tend to forget that. He was overall, in 6 years in Tennessee, Mike Vrabel only made the playoffs 3 times. In those 3 trips to the playoffs, he only had 2 playoff wins. And both of those came in year 2 in that run that led them to Kansas City, Alex, in the AFC Championship. Now, the next years after that, they lose in the wild card. And then they earn the 1 seed in the AFC, and they lose in the divisional round. But let's take it to 2021, because that was the beginning of the end. The Titans started the year 7-3. They were in first place in the AFC South. They had a 4-game lead in the division with only 7 games left to play in the year. And they lost every single game. Completely missed the playoffs. That was one of the most historic collapses in NFL history. But nobody talks about it because it's the Tennessee Titans, which honestly, as a Titans guy, I'm actually kind of glad for that. That's the one time I'm glad that this team doesn't get any attention from the rest of the NFL. But nor does that fit the narrative around Mike Vrabel of him being a great head coach. In the wild card round of the 2019 or 2020 playoffs, when he bested Tom Brady's final game as a Patriot, he really kind of got one over with Bill Belichick, kind of beat him at his own game. And that kind of gave Mike Vrabel this notoriety of like, wow, he's a really smart head coach. And he is. Don't get me wrong. He's a great head coach. But that narrative kind of led him through even when he was going 6-18 over his final 24 games. For context, Brian Callahan just got fired after going 6-19 in his tenure as a Titans head coach. So you say, why did Vrabel get fired? Well, Vrabel, the team was floundering and he wasn't doing anything to fix it. But the last thing I will say, the number 1 reason why Mike Vrabel got fired, and everyone forgets this, in Mike Vrabel's final season as head coach, in the Titans bye week, he travels to New England to have his number retired. A great honor. I thought that was so cool to see the head coach of the Titans be honored the way he was, especially after what was kind of like a rough ending. Obviously it brought him to Kansas City, and it was a rough ending in New England. But then he gets his number retired, and while receiving a standing ovation after being introduced, he says this.
Come on, we got a game to win. I can't be up here that long.
Okay, so a little weird right there. That's just the start. A little weird coming from the head coach of an opposing AFC team. But I'll let that slide, okay? It's weird to say we've got a game to win when you're literally employed by another NFL team in the same conference. But then, as he's closing out his 2-minute speech that he gave at halftime of this game, getting his number retired, he says this.
But I also want you not to take this organization for granted. I've been a lot of places. This is a special place with great leadership, great fans, great direction, great coaching. Enjoy it. It's not like this everywhere. Thank you very much.
Feels kind of like an indirect shot at literally every other team, but especially the team that he's currently employed by. Like, if I'm the boss, if I'm Mike Vrabel's boss, like Amy Adams Strunk was, that doesn't sit well with me. I don't like that. I know a lot of Titans fans. It didn't sit well with them. And that was, I think, week 8 of that season. Still had the rest of the season to play out. And to hear your head coach be like, yeah, it's great here, but it sucks where I'm currently working. I mean, and this is in the middle of Gerard Mayo's, the first of his 2 4-13 seasons. So to say it was so great, like, it was just weird while he's employed by the head coach. Those were kind of like the 3 reasons why I think Mike Vrabel was let go in Tennessee.
So this is interesting. I get a couple of them. There's a few that, from someone that doesn't cover the Titans, feels a little bit of, frankly, a little bit of coping of like, no, it was
Sure.
him, not us kind of thing. I think there's some
Yeah,
of that.
yeah, yeah.
I'll hear you on. Like, I think the last bit of audio you played, I get why Titans fans wouldn't like that because, yeah, you're basically saying, look, where I'm at clearly is not run as well. But also, I would say, was he
It's
wrong?
not run as well.
Was he wrong?
Yeah,
though?
no, he's not.
Right? Like, is
No,
he
he's
wrong?
not.
I mean, the Patriots are one of the most stable, first-class type of organizations in sports, period. Well run with Robert Kraft. I understand that there was cheating allegations during their success as well, but still, from a organizational perspective, they're extremely well run. And the perception I can at least say from afar is that Nashville and the Tennessee Titans, ownership, the general manager hiring back and forth, and some of the decision making throughout the draft has not been great. So I really don't fault Mike Vrabel there. Now, I can't speak to, does he think he's the smartest guy in the room? I would say that probably applies to a lot of head coaches, man. I would say
Sure.
a lot of head coaches bring in people they know. It's something we even discussed here in Kansas City. Eric Bieniemy, once again, going back and just bringing Andy Reid, bringing back Eric Bieniemy instead of going outside his coaching tree. I mean, this is just kind of how the NFL works. We can call it nepotism or whatever. It just kind of is what it is in the league. I think Mike Vrabel, though, the idea, the only part that I really took issue is like the idea that, he's not able to go out and hire the correct people or anything like that. I mean, I think, he very much so has proven even in year one that he has. We'll see how the rest of it goes. I think the quarterback situation in Nashville, while yes, he's the QB, he's the head coach, but he got a number one seed with Ryan Tannehill. Then he had Will Levis as his quarterback, Marcus Mariota as his quarterback, Malik Willis, and then a couple games of Josh Dobbs and Blaine Gabbert. I actually think he overachieved in Tennessee considering the roster restraints that were around him and having multiple general managers.
Well, in those games with Malik Willis and Josh Dobbs starting, that was amidst one of the greatest collapses in NFL history. That was when they had a 7-3 4-game division lead with 7 to play, and they blew it. They couldn't win a single game. If they won one game, if they went 1-6 down that stretch, they make the playoffs for a fourth time in his tenure, and they did not. And I mean, look, roster construction is a big part of it. They had 2 GMs in his tenure there, both Rand Carthon and John Robinson. John Robinson, obviously.
I mean, look at the A.J. Brown trade, man. Look at the A.J. Brown trade mess. All of a sudden, that's insane.
It is, but then Mike Vrabel had a hand in the hiring of Rand Carthon, who was let go a little while after Vrabel was,
yeah.
And Vrabel, when he hired Rand Carthon, had more say in the roster construction, and they had an even worse season the following year, going 6-10. So it is. Look, don't get me wrong, the Titans are a very horribly run franchise. I will be the first one to admit that, but. Mike Vrabel was not at fault for the lack of success that they had during the last 2.5 seasons of his tenure there.
Over on YouTube, again, you can watch our show here on Westwood One Sports over on YouTube. Blake chiming in, responding to you. He's 100% with you. He says, number one, absolutely spitting truth right now on Vrabel. Dude had so checked out on Tennessee. So there's Blake agreeing with you on your take. I don't know if Blake's a Titans fan as well, but he agrees with you in terms of how that all played out.
The
think
sense was it just got
the next
stale.
5 years,
it got stale.
Yeah. And that happens. Like, I mean, it absolutely happens. It's just it's time to move on for everybody. I just think it's certainly is tough when you see immediately Vrabel goes to what we do consider a well-run organization and has success. He also has a quarterback, though, in fairness. You know what I mean? Like, he has Drake May, who's runner-up for MVP, whereas in Tennessee, he had Ryan Tannehill. And Ryan Tannehill was certainly not a bad quarterback, even in Miami. People think he, stunk in Miami and then all of a sudden became a really good quarterback. Like,
he was amazing
good
in
Miami. He was never a top 5 quarterback in the league type of guy, but Ryan Tannehill, the year they had the number 1 seed, as much as Derrick Henry got props, that was a huge part of that was Ryan Tannehill. You go back and look at some of those numbers. He was awesome that year.
And in the year they had the number 1 seed, Derrick Henry missed half the season. That was the one year he was out with injury.
There you go.
And Tannehill, I think you could argue, if not the second greatest quarterback in Titans history. I know it's a kind of a low bar to set, but he played very well. And in that 2019 year that led to the Titans and the Chiefs meeting in the AFC Championship game, Ryan Tannehill was the third best quarterback in football. And again, great thing, but a Vrabel defensive guy. I would credit a lot of that to Arthur Smith and the schemes that he had drawn up.
Well, Arthur Smith got a head coach gig because of it. Yeah,
exactly. And the Titans offense failed to do anything after that, and that kind of plays to my point number 2 about Vrabel and his hiring. He not the greatest guy at hiring the positions that need to be filled. But like we said last week, whenever you get a second crack at anything, you always do it better. And you're seeing that this year. And Vrabel's doing a tremendous job with the Patriots, and obviously Coach of the Year for it, and deservingly so.
More and more teams taking the show on the road, as in outside the United States. We got some news this week from Roger Goodell on their plan for international games. A couple new sites coming in 2026. We'll discuss that right here on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in 15 minutes, we'll get right back into Super Bowl 60. We'll take a look at the MVP markets, also some of those all-time moments that stand out to us and you guys in Super Bowl history. Thanks for hanging out on Westwood One Sports. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We'll get some of the betting angles and where some of the money is at heading in this one and the amount of money that's expected to be wagered on the big game. Patrick Everson from Vegas Insiders is going to join us next hour as well here on Westwood One Sports. But we heard from Roger Goodell, again, his annual press conference, talking about a wide variety of topics. And we got a little insight on what's going to happen with these international games in 2026. We know the long-term play is likely to result with every team playing 2 international games and double buys and everything. It could be 3 years from now, could be 5 years from now. We don't know, but that's where this thing is trending. We know it's the big new revenue source for the NFL, and we got some of the locations for next year and who's playing. So, for example, we know that the Cowboys are going to play, for the first time any team will play in Rio, there in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. The Cowboys will headline that one. We know for the first time the NFL is going to play in Melbourne, Australia, which should be really interesting to just see how the time difference, frankly, impacts some teams. That is quite the haul. But it will be 2 West Coast teams. It will be the Rams and the 49ers, a divisional showdown. We know the Saints are going to participate for the first ever game in Paris, France, and then we're waiting to find out who will once again play in Munich, in Madrid, in London, where there'll be 3 games. So they continue to add more and more locations for international games. This is where it's trending, but I still think my biggest frustration with this is not so much that they're playing internationally. It's inevitable. It's the fact that we're taking away divisional games. And last year I saw this firsthand with the Chiefs and Chargers game opening up the season. That's a divisional game. Now, it was the Chargers who lost the home game. It was their home game. So they lost it at SoFi. And I would argue in a weird way, for them, it was less impactful because, frankly, anybody that's paid attention to SoFi Stadium for Chargers games, it's a ton of opposing fans, much like the Raiders, where it's a ton of opposing fans. But, man, I hate this idea of taking divisional games away from fans and from teams that would have a home game. And here you are. The Rams will lose a home game, and they will welcome in the 49ers for a big divisional showdown in Australia.
Yeah, it's frustrating as an NFL fan because if I'm a Rams fan or if I'm a Niners fan, like I hate that a divisional game is being taken overseas. And that's the thing. It's like, look, I'm all for the NFL playing games in countries all over the world. It doesn't benefit me as an NFL fan at all. Like I understand it brings in a lot of money and a lot of new eyeballs to the sport, and this sport is trying to go globally the way the NBA has over the last 20 years. But why are we sending our best matchups overseas? I don't get it. It feels like when your best friends have a destination wedding. Like, it's great for them, I guess. Like, it's going great. But I as a lifelong friend, I want to see you get married here, stateside. I don't want to have to shell out money to go overseas just to watch you play. Not saying that, all Rams fans or Niners fans have to shell out money to go see them play, but it has the same feeling as that. I don't get why we're shipping our best matchups to people that are casual observers at best. Don't get me wrong. There are diehard fans. I've been to a game in England, and I saw firsthand there are diehards over there. But there are diehards for football over there the way there are Premier League and Champions League diehards here in the States. Most people don't care. But it's only the people that are waking up at the crack of dawn on a Sunday morning and filling up your Twitter timeline with soccer tweets that care over there for football here. Like, so why are we sending them our best? Why not send them some matchups that don't really matter? Why not be more strategic with that? I don't understand. The NFL has everything figured out. So you could send them any matchup there and they would be excited about getting it. Like Melbourne getting a game for the first time ever, they're going to be excited. I don't think they care that it's a big, and it will be big next year with the Niners and Rams. Like, that will have serious divisional implications on it. Why are we sending them that? Why can't we send them Rams, Buccaneers, or the Rams play the Titans, or play the like Colts and Niners? Like, why don't we send them a game that really doesn't have like even really any conference standings in it, let alone divisional standings?
So I'm with you on the divisional part, as I said. I think that's the part that upsets me the most. My guess is the NFL is doing it because for some of the international games, they're standalone. And I don't know if the Australia one is. And so they're trying to protect their TV partners as well. The same way that, the Sao Paulo game last year or the year before when it was Green Bay in Philadelphia overseas in Sao Paulo. And I think was that an NBC or an Amazon game? I can't remember what it was. But point is, like, I think some of it is they're trying to entice their new streaming partners. Hey, we're going to give you the best. This is why, for many years, the Chiefs have been playing on Christmas and Thanksgiving and all these days because they're trying to get the team that draws the most eyeballs. But I think for the sports fan in the United States, these international games should be frustrating. And suddenly we have to remember that it's not, these international games are not for us. You're right. Like, fans they're not worried. They're not trying to get the LA fan to fly to Australia. That's not like their goal. Right. This is not like, it's going to cost LA fans money. That's not what they're talking about. They're trying to do it for the eyeballs they're going to get there to expand the game. We all know why they're doing it. I just think there should be a cap on the divisional games. The challenge is, though, Austin, we better get used to this, man, because if the NFL goes the way it's likely headed, where we're going to have every team playing 2 games overseas, well, then we're going to get divisional games all the time. You're going to have to with the scheduling.
Sure, and I get that aspect. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I understand that, eventually we're going to have to send some divisional matchups over there. But for right now, like, Costco isn't giving me a full steak. They'll give me a steak bite because they know that I'm probably not gonna buy the pallet worth of steak anyway. They'll give me a sample. Why aren't we giving samples to Melbourne, Australia? We know they're not gonna buy in automatically right away. Like, it's not. They're not like instantly you send them a Rams-Niners game and the whole country's going to have football fever. Sure, it helps, but I don't get why we have to send them the very best of what we have overseas for this, like, exploration. Like, I feel like even when, like, the Pilgrims came over to America, they didn't bring, they didn't start building their best. They didn't establish their territories with their absolute best foot forward. I feel like they just, it starts with tents and, you slowly build up to that. Right now is not the time for us to be sending over our very best.
Melbourne, Australia. I'm trying to think of the international sites for next year. Which one I actually would want to go to the most? I haven't been overseas really. I've been out of the country once, soon to be twice. So a lot of these all sound intriguing. I think, honestly, out of the group, Australia would be very high, and then I think Madrid. I think those would be my 2 picks if I could go for an international trip next year, and we'll find out who these teams are. But, like, for me, I would also not do my trip around the game. Like, I would go to the game and then I'd stay a week in Madrid or whatever.
Yes, yeah. I do love the Saints in Paris, though. That fits. That is that is actually well played by the NFL.
Absolutely. The same way Pittsburgh playing in Ireland this year made a lot of sense as well. Up next, though, let's talk about some of the great memories in Super Bowl 60. Plus, take a look at the MVP odds over at BetMGM. Next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Gameday, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We will get into some of the odds markets for the big game coming up in just a second. Also, 20 minutes away, we're finding out where the betting trends are, where the money's headed, what kind of money is going to be wagered on this game tomorrow. Patrick Everson, senior reporter for Vegas Insiders, also contributor over at Fox Sports, will join us. It'll be good to get some industry insight. He does a tremendous job each and every NFL Sunday, if you guys pay attention on X, on his Twitter account, giving us an idea over at BetMGM, for example, what's really popular, what some of the sports books need. Spoiler, I know Patrick will explain it more, but the books need New England on Sunday. I can tell you that. I already know that for a fact based off where things are trending with some of the splits in the betting markets and where the general public is at in terms of betting on this game, which is where we'll start this hour, Austin, because I want to get into the MVP market. Other than first touchdown bets and things like that, MVP is always a fun one to dabble in. You can, of course, find live betting for MVP as well. After somebody gets a touchdown, suddenly you can see this shift in the odds. And it's no surprise the quarterbacks are the favorites to win this. I think we know why. It's pretty obvious there. Sam Darnold is the quarterback of the team that's 4.5-point favorite, so he has the best odds to win MVP. He's plus 115. Drake May plus 240. JSN 5.5 to 1. Kenneth Walker 8 to 1. Ramondre Stevenson 28 to 1. And then someone like Rashid Shaheed at 30 to 1. I can tell you what I have bet so far, and I probably will sprinkle some other bets by the time we get to Sunday. But I have 3 MVP bets out there right now, and I probably need to find one on the New England side so I'm covered in case the Patriots win. But I have a bet on Darnold. Nothing crazy there, plus 115. I have a bet on JSN at 5.5 to 1. And Rashid Shaheed, he's 30 to 1 now, but I got him at 45 to 1 earlier in the week. And so Darnold for obvious reasons. But let me tell you why I like Rashid Shaheed. And it's a little sprinkle, and a lot has to happen. But my thought process with him is it's a lower scoring game. I kind of like the under in this one at under 45.5. And I think in a game that's lower scoring, Sam Darnold, to me, is not going to throw for another 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in this game like he did in the NFC title game. I feel like that's very unlikely. I do like Seattle to win. And Rashid Shaheed, if you tell me he takes one back to the crib, all right, automatically his odds are easily cut in half, if not more. And then if it's a low-scoring game, one of the touchdowns Darnold throws is to Shaheed, he's right there and maybe the favorite. If Darnold doesn't throw multiple touchdowns, I think we can get a non-quarterback winning the award for MVP. And yeah, JSN's the favorite, but I wonder if Christian Gonzalez can actually hold JSN in check a little bit within reason. And so I like Shaheed with his speed and his ability to change the game. We saw it play out in the NFC divisional round game against the 49ers. He's been one of the better in-season trade pickups in years. So that's my reasoning for taking a flyer. And he's 30 to 1 or 45 to 1 for a reason. There's a specific path that has to happen here in game script for him to win it. But I do think Rashid Shaheed's in play here.
Yeah, the only thing though is and kind of like to what you said, it takes so much for a non-quarterback to win this award, which kind of stinks. I hate that, like I loved at the Rose Bowl how the MVP was given into an offensive lineman for Indiana. Like that to me, because it is, I'm all about the MVP should go to the best player on the field, and it's not always the quarterback. Statistically, maybe just because they're, really the only position that's getting every chance for every statistic. But I just, because, think back to just a couple of years ago when the Rams were in the Super Bowl. Like, we were so close to Odell Beckham Jr. becoming MVP of that Super Bowl. Do you remember that? And then he goes out with the injury.
Absolutely.
And and that's just like kind of plays to the fact, like, I honestly think he could have still won the MVP, even with missing part of the game. But but you're never going to see that. You have to do so much at a wide receiver position to do it. Now, if I was going to go non-quarterback here, though, for MVP odds, I love Ramondre Stevenson. I think he is like a sleeper cell, right? Like he's one of those guys will strike when you least expect it, and low key has kept this offense intact. And because let's be honest, Drake May has not been good in these playoffs. Run game has stayed consistent, and I understand Patriots offense as a whole hasn't been great, but he has been one of the bright spots throughout the entire season, let alone in the playoffs. So if I have to go non-quarterback, I mean, I love Ramondre Stevenson. And where's he at? He's currently at what, plus 2,800? So I don't know. That's who I would take a flyer on. However, I would like to apologize to anyone and everyone in the Stevenson family, because now that I am saying it out loud, it will not happen. Fade me entirely.
That is usually the correct move. We've learned that here on the show. That fade Austin, and it turns out well. No, I get your thinking. My only worry would be, one, obviously, that you're saying the Patriots win. I don't think that happens.
Sure.
Although I'm getting nervous how many people are on Seattle. I was at a local bar last night, and of course everybody wants to talk about, hey, what do you think in the game, and who are you betting on? And so like this is the conversations that we all have, and so many people there were all like, oh, Seattle, Seattle, Seattle. I'm getting very nervous that I'm on the wrong side here, because so many people just believe Seattle is going to win. A lot of people think Seattle is going to blow out New England. I don't think that. I think if I have to take a spread bet, I would actually take New England to cover the 4.5. I just think Seattle, like I have a parlay with Seattle money line and the under that gets me plus money. And so that's a bet that I have out there as well over at BetMGM. And as you see, you got to really parlay it, because Seattle's minus 235 on the money line. And I'm not in the business of betting that just straight up usually. But if I had to take, a spread, I would certainly get the points, and I'll take the 4.5 points I'm getting with New England. I think this is actually closer. The only worry I have with Stevenson is, could Drake May run more in this game? He struggled to protect the football in the pocket, dealing with Seattle. Could we see Drake May? Now, his yardage total is 35.5, which I think is a bit high. But could Drake May surprise us, and he swipes a touchdown on the ground from a Ramondre Stevenson, and then suddenly that one's a little tricky and the path gets narrow, or Travion Henderson steals a touchdown from Ramondre, and all of a sudden the backfield is just too split. At least with Kenneth Walker at 8-1 for Seattle, I don't have another running back to compete with anymore. Charbonnet's hurt. It's just Kenneth Walker on the ground,
And another reason to fade me. Do you know the last time a running back won Super Bowl MVP?
I'm going to guess James White.
It was 1998 Terrell Davis and the
James White. That's right. James White didn't win it. James White should have won. Sorry, that's what the whole thing. James White should have won for New England that year. He did not win. Fair. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And there was a year, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Patrick Mahomes went back-to-back Super Bowl MVPs in 23 and 24, wasn't there a year where someone else, I don't know if it was Isaiah Pacheco or someone else on
Damian Williams. Damian Williams.
Yes.
Should have been.
Okay. Was that the 2023?
That was the Super Bowl against the Niners the first time in Miami.
Okay. Yeah, Damian Williams was like, I was like shocked when, and that was another year where Patrick Mahomes won MVP. I was like, Damian Williams was like, he was everything. Didn't he score the game-winning touchdown?
Yeah, he was awesome. He didn't do during the regular season. He had like 400 or 500 yards, but in the playoffs, he was awesome. He's out of the league.
As a former
I think he's well out of the league.
As a former running back, you will always see me stand up and fight for the running backs in the sport.
Hold on. Stop. Austin, you didn't tell me that as a former running back.
Yeah, yes. I
in high
walked
school,
on at the
you were
University
running back?
of Missouri. I walked on at the University of Missouri and got my absolute fanny kicked in by some really good first-round defensive players at Mizzou at the time. Ziggy Hood went first round to the Steelers. Sean Witherspoon went first round to the Falcons. Just a couple of the notable guys that literally would beat my
Hold on.
behind.
Am I the only? Is anybody else? Our crew. We got a great crew. Anybody else trying to decide if Austin's being real or just joking right now? I'm trying to fathom you walking on at Mizzou
Yeah, no, it is
running
like it's
back.
one of those.
This is real. This is real. Who?
It is
Gary
one of those
Pinkel was your coach.
Yeah, Gary Pinkel. Yes, I was there for. We won the Independence Bowl. I had a great comeback against Steve Spurrier and the South Carolina Gamecocks, and then the next year we lost a heartbreaker to Oregon State in the Sun Bowl in El Paso. So those were the 2 years I was on the team. I unfortunately had to hang it up after those 2 years because I went to the journalism school at Mizzou, and it's very daunting. And I knew I wasn't going to the NFL. So
I'm looking at I'm looking at your photo. I don't know if this is probably not going to go over well in the video stream, but if anybody can see this is the page.
Yeah,
Here,
it looks like I'm wearing
correct.
a lot
There
of
you go.
hair gel. Yeah, it looks like I'm wearing a lot of
What?
hair gel in my hair on my bio photo. But I just ran my hair. My hair was very poofy that day on the media day, and
I thought you were
so
completely
I ran some water
BSing
in
us.
it.
This is incredible. It's an incredible development that we've learned here on Westwood One Sports. My co-host played college football. Here's what they said: walk-on tailback who gives the Tigers added depth and athleticism at the position. A good overall athlete who was part of the winning team in the football program's spring 3-on-3 basketball tournament, along with teammates
we
Tommy
did win that.
Sanders and Josh Barbo. You did not see action in 06, but continued his efforts working hard on the scout team as a tailback. In 05, you joined the team as a walk-on and contributed to the scout team efforts throughout the year. 3-year letter winner in both football and track. Look at you in high school.
They did not add the fact that I was the scout team player of the week when we played Ole Miss my sophomore year. I still have the T-shirt for that. It's so dumb. People are always like, I didn't know you played for Mizzou. Well, play is such a loose term. I more practiced for Mizzou.
I'm shocked.
But it was fun. I was almost the leading rusher in the spring game my sophomore year. But I had my longest run of the day called back for holding. So I would have been the leading rusher in the spring game, which was my one claim to fame. So
seriously, you guys think I'm lying and are listening to the show. We've started to get to know each other. We've been only doing the show for, I don't know, was this our fifth show? Is that right? Maybe fourth show, fifth show or whatever?
Yeah, the first of the year is when we started.
Yeah, this never came up. I knew you were an MU guy. I'm a KU guy. I had no idea you walked on and played running back at the University of Missouri. This is a hell of a development. This opens a whole new world of discussion.
My two truths and a lie are like I was a seat filler at the Oscars, as a walk-on running back at Mizzou, and and I'm good at sports talk radio. So pick out the lie there.
Oh man, Austin Huff, Alex Gould with you here on BetMGM Game Day. We went through the Super Bowl market there a little bit, but now we're talking football and memories and all that. You look back at Super Bowl history. Is there one, and you guys on YouTube that are watching can type in the chat if you want. Is there a Super Bowl play moment that like it's the number one moment for you? Because there's so many. Look, for obvious reasons, one I'll never forget personally will be Jet Ship Wasp and the Mahomes throw when things were looking bleak against the 49ers and Tyreek Hill is wide open, comes up with the massive catch. They end up beating the Niners in the Super Bowl. I mean, that one is one I will personally never forget. I, for whatever reason, also do remember, the Kevin Dyson getting tackled at 1 yard line versus the Rams.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry for you on that one, Austin, Mr. Tennessee. That's an all-timer, and I believe the player that made the tackle had ties to like the Kansas City area or something like that. Jones, I think, was the guy's name that made. Yeah, who? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Mike Jones.
Yeah. So those are two that stand out.
Yeah, I want to take it a play before that play because that was obviously, I think it's still, until the Malcolm Butler play, that was, in my opinion, one of the greatest plays in NFL Super Bowl history because of the implications on it. Like they were a yard short. I mean, granted, it only would have tied the game, but with the way that game was moving, the Titans were rolling in the second half and the Rams couldn't move the football until the Isaac Bruce touchdown that put them over the top. That was really the only show of life they showed in the second half. The play before that play is the play that I will always remember. And I want to give props to the late, great Steve McNair, who in my mind was a legendary quarterback. And I think he deserves more love than I think he gets. But the play that he made when literally backs against the wall, they're down a touchdown. He rolls out of the pocket. He's waiting. Time's ticking down. He rolls out of the pocket, and he's literally being pursued by, I think maybe Grant Wistrom, and it was Kevin Carter, I know for sure. Kevin Carter, one of the best defensive ends in the game at that time, has a hold of him. Literally has his jersey held on, and somehow Steve McNair not only breaks the tackle, but is able to keep his balance and then make a throw to, I believe it was Kevin Dyson on that throw as well, to set them up for that final play leading up to the what is now 1 yard short. But that play to me I will always remember as like one of the most forgotten plays in Super Bowl history because of just the sheer will that Steve McNair had to get his team down the field. And do we want to add to the Austin Huff lore even more? The offensive coordinator for that game, Les Steckel, who called the slant route that Kevin Dyson caught for 1 yard short, is a guy by the name of Les Steckel. And when he was let go from the Titans, he took a job with the Bucs, was let go from the Bucs, it was still under contract, came and coached my high school's football team and was our offensive coordinator in high school. And it was the only year my high school won state. So, yeah, it's just a weird connections. But talking to him about that 1 yard short play, like it still sits with him even to this day.
Over on our YouTube chat, Pine Needle 1, who's always active. We appreciate him watching here on Westwood One Sports. This one, Austin will enjoy this comment more than I will. But the comment from Pine Needle was, Dan Bunce hit on the goal line, 4th and 1 for the 49ers to beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. And then he also commented on my selection. He says, Jet Chip Wasp was a fraud because there were 5 matchup holes. Hey, man, whatever you need to tell yourself, that's fine. I always love the argument that, actually there was 4 holding calls on this big play. Hey, look, it's all right. You know what? That play goes down in history, and the 49ers had a crack at them a couple years later, and they still couldn't get over the hump again that time around. I'm going to guess there was a hold on the corn dog play as well, on the walk-off overtime touchdown.
Yeah, you got to look, let them cope. Yeah, everyone's got to cope. Everyone copes in their own ways. You know, you got to do what you got to do.
No doubt about that. All right, up next, though, let's get into the betting side of things for the big game tomorrow. Some of the industry trends and what we're going to see. Nobody better to talk about that than with Patrick Everson of Vegas Insiders. Does a great job. Each and every NFL Sunday, you guys probably see his tweets giving you insight what the sports books need. We're going to try to find that out. Coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. We'll get back into some of the festivities around the Super Bowl in just a bit, including a report out from Schefter that perhaps Bad Bunny is impacting practice plans for one Mike Vrabel, or did earlier in the week with some of Bad Bunny's preparation. Kind of a funny development coming out of that. So we'll get there in just a bit. But I do want to get into the betting side of things for the game tomorrow, some of the industry trends. And as I said, one of the best and someone you got to follow if you don't already, Patrick Everson joins us now here on Westwood One Sports at @PatrickE_Vegas on Twitter and X. He's the senior reporter for Vegas Insiders, also contributes to Fox Sports. Patrick, great to have you on the show. What's this week like for you? I know this is not your first rodeo, but every year more states are coming online as well for sports wagering, so it seems like there's more interest than ever in betting on this game.
Oh, absolutely. It's the best. It's the best week, although I will say the first couple of days of the NCAA tournament are just amazing too, just from the volume of games and, being able to go from the beginning of the day to the very end of the day and all that. But there's nothing quite like a Super Bowl week. And it's been a lot of fun getting, reaching out, getting a lot of the information, having an opportunity to go on with people such as the two of you and talk more about it. And as you noted, it's really, look, this is all across the country now. And the volume is huge. And the Super Bowl is a really different beast because you have so many once a year bettors, and each year now more than ever because you've got more states coming on board. We talked a little bit about off air how Missouri just went live recently in the last couple of months. So you've got even more of these one time a year bettors that very casual, just looking to have a little skin in the game while they're at their Super Bowl parties with their friends. It's phenomenal, and really a lot of that does impact what the sportsbooks are going to need when you get so many more people who generally would not bet deciding to get involved.
So when you've got kind of newbies, coming to the table of sports betting, where would you guide them for some of safest, most secure bets that they could look at for tomorrow's game?
I don't think there's any such thing as a safe bet or secure bet. But look, here's what I would say: the reason the very the everyday public bettors, and I include myself among, I'm not sharp. I'm not doing analytics and running simulations on my computer or anything like that. I'm betting some of the stupid stuff tomorrow. I'm betting a couple of smarter things too that will hopefully get there, but there's no sure thing. What I would just say is, and the reason a lot of them get involved is to just have some fun with it. So, go in, if you're betting yes on safety, go in hoping there's a safety, but just enjoy that bet is going to be live the entire game. And you might get something crazy where a team is up 10 late and backed up against their own end zone, and maybe not 10, 11 late. Sorry, 11 late.
Yeah.
Against their own end zone, and they have to punt, and they're thinking of punting, and they're like, "No, we're not punting. I'm going to run this guy out of the end zone, and there's your 2 points." I mean, it probably won't happen, but you'll have a bet that's live the whole game, and you can bet a little to win a lot. But look, if you're just generally speaking, if you're looking at props that you have a better chance to win, then make that minus money. You have to be unafraid sometimes to take even a small minus money. Bet a couple of minus 120s, a couple of minus 140s, a couple of minus 160s. I know that that doesn't get your $10 for $10 return, or your $10 and you get a $20 return. But try to find a couple things you like that have a better chance of cashing than the 8-1s and the 9-1s, and my bet on the octopus at 16-1. I mean, that's not hidden, but I'm going to have a good time for it. And if somehow it does, it did. I mean, look, it did 3 years ago, and it was a really nice little payout. So, but that's the thing. It hit 3 years ago, and it's only hit in like one Super Bowl, and this whole season it only hit like a handful of times in the whole regular season. So, just go in with, be realistic. Don't go in with all your bankroll on something crazy, and just try to spread it around a little bit. Have some fun, and maybe find one or two props that they can actually have a better chance of winning.
I think it was Jalen Hurts against the Chiefs in that Super
Yes.
Bowl that had the octopus out in Arizona a couple years ago. We're talking with Patrick Everson of Vegas Insiders, looking ahead to tomorrow and on the industry side of things. And what are you hearing on the sportsbook side on kind of what they need? I feel like from afar, it sure seems like with all the public discussion around Seattle that the books are not going to be rooting for the Seahawks.
No, and I've went back and forth with Bet on this really over the last few. We start talking more about the futures as the playoffs roll along. As you get to the playoffs, books are starting to look at their futures positions, and even some of their odds might be adjusted, tweaked just a little bit toward one side or the other if they've got a better futures position on one side or the other, or more so a far worse futures position on one side or the other. And I haven't heard, including BetMGM, from Hal Egland a couple of weeks back, one of their trading managers there, he's like, the Seahawks are the liability. And in talking with other sportsbooks around Las Vegas, other sportsbooks around the country, I haven't heard one yet say, we really want the Seahawks to win this game and cover the spread tomorrow. Nobody is saying that at this point. And I thought what was really interesting, there was one odds maker that told me there's been some sharp play on the total on the under at like 46.5 and 46. But there hasn't been a lot of discussion about sharp play on the spread yet. And that's not that there isn't any. There's probably some. But what one odds maker here in Vegas told me, guys, is that they're betting the game in ways, not necessarily on the spread, but in ways where the lean, even with the sharps, is Seattle. And what he said was the sentiment we're seeing from sharps is Seattle dominating this game, all based on, Seattle having success from start to finish of this game. So what that told me, the odds maker didn't get super specific, but what that kind of told me was they're betting, props, whether they're Seattle props or New England props, in a way that they think Seattle's going to be very successful, or they're maybe betting New England. They're betting like some, no's and unders on a lot of things. New England props, whether it's yardage or touchdowns or what have you. They're just betting other markets in ways that they see Seattle dominating this game.
Patrick Everson from Vegas Insiders is with us right now. And Patrick, I treat sports betting around the Super Bowl the same way I treat the food spread at the party that I watch said Super Bowl at. I tend to, maybe I'll take a few bites of the entree, the burgers, the hot dogs, whatever it may be. But I really find myself spending most of my time at the dessert table. And for me, in the sports betting world, that is the non-sports prop bets.
Sure.
The national anthem over under, will someone cry the anthem, the coin toss, heads or tails. But one that I've noticed that I've really struggled with is the hat that Bad Bunny will be wearing at halftime, and Gatorade color. I can never, over all of the years, I can never get the Gatorade color right. I don't think that is one I've always failed on. How should I approach the prop bets that are not the sports related? Any insight there that you can give me, Patrick, I think will be greatly appreciated here.
Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if I can help you there, but what I can tell you, I'm literally looking at on my screen right now, my second screen right now, just some of the novelty props that BetMGM is offering that are getting attention, and one of them happens to be, surprise, surprise, one of them happens to be the Gatorade. So the most bet novelty / game props by ticket count. Number 4 on the list, so there's 3 ahead of it, but it's getting plenty of tickets, and it's going to get a bunch more by tomorrow. Yellow. So, and I think yellow constitutes. Okay. I think yellow, it's a broad definition of yellow. I think it's yellow / lime / green, but yellow Gatorade for the Gatorade plus 260. So you get a little plus money there, a little plus money juice on that. So, not necessarily a bad ride, but that is the 4th most bet novelty game prop. And I know, like you said, the national anthem and stuff, some of these things can't necessarily be bet here in the United States or in certain states at legal regulated books. Canada is much more open, so I know BetMGM in Canada, you can do like the national anthem and stuff like that. I don't think there's any books in the United States that do the national anthem, but that's always a fun one. I'm telling you, I'm always in a sports book throughout the game on Super Bowl Sunday, and people have the stopwatch going and the start and finish, and there's a roar at the end of the national anthem. It's pretty cool. I mean, people just love the opportunity to win money before the game even starts, or to have a bet settle. I mean, obviously they want to win, but they want a bet to settle before the game even starts. And that's where the coin toss is huge too. That is the most bet novelty / game prop, meaning either a novelty prop or a prop that's not like a player prop. At BetMGM, nationwide, the most bet is the outcome of the coin toss, and furthermore, heads as the outcome of the coin toss. That has got the most tickets. Now, tails probably isn't far behind, although I will say tails does not rank in the top 5 of their novelty or game props at BetMGM. But heads taking the most tickets of all the novelty props. And I talked to another odds maker here in Las Vegas, gentleman, on Thursday, who said, look, this is a one-way ticket to divorce if I did something like this. But $100,000 on tails minus 103. Minus 103. Tails minus 103, 100 grand. Look, if it lands tails, this guy's free skating for the rest of the game. You can like be fired in game and do all sorts of crazy stuff. But boy, if it's heads, what a terrible way to start the day before they even tee it up.
Yeah.
That's someone.
My
banking
goodness,
on
that's
tails
definitely
never fails.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna find out, and perhaps the hard way.
No doubt. Let me ask you this though, Patrick, before we let you get out of here. So much is being made in the industry, and it's going to continue for years to come now with sports prediction markets and how that is impacting betting right now. And a lot of those novelty props you mentioned, you can bet on just about everything, as you know, on the sports prediction market. I know the NFL said they're not going to allow commercials from those providers of those markets during the Super Bowl as of now to protect, I'm imagining, their sports betting partners. How is that impacting, I guess, the action around this game, or how do you think it will as we move forward?
Well, from what I've seen this week, from a little bit on social media and some of the stuff I've read and some of the reporting that's been done, it's not going to impact sportsbooks' overall handle that much on this Super Bowl. Will there be a bit of a dent? Yes. Was there? There was some news earlier in the week, some stuff on social media about how many downloads some of these apps have gotten, and that they're perhaps way more than what sportsbooks have gotten. Well, let's keep in mind this. Yes, there's going to be a lot of downloads, but downloads isn't necessarily translating to trading and action yet, because everybody's got the I've got the BetMGM app, and I've got several other apps, and a lot of other people have several other apps that they've been comfortable with and learned how to use and know the features and know their way around it, and have for years now. Going all the it's been 8 years now almost since the Supreme Court decision. So I don't think it's going to impact it that much. Is it something that going forward could? Absolutely. We're going to look, this, my opinion, and I'm not, taking sides here or anything. I'm just talking with you two about it on a Saturday morning before the Super Bowl. It's going to be something the Supreme Court decides. And when they do, we'll go from there. What I really want, I like what I have in the palm of my hand with the sports books that I bet with. I just want something that's, I want whatever's best possible for the consumer and allows businesses to make a profit as well. I don't mind people making money, and we are sports betting here, so you need to go into it with open eyes and say, hey, probably going to lose, but let's have some fun,
Absolutely. Patrick Everson, Vegas Insiders. Check him out on Twitter or X if you don't already. At @PatrickE_Vegas is how to follow him. Well, enjoy the game tomorrow. We appreciate you coming on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
Both of you for having us. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys have an awesome Super Bowl Sunday. Somebody's warm, somebody's cold. Is that the deal here? Is that right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, Alex is very warm, and I am in Chicago, so I am perpetually cold.
Oh, yeah. My wife's from Chicago. I've been there during winters a couple of times, and it's my goodness, it's rough.
Wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Yeah.
Vegas has been spectacular, I gotta say. So, but that's why you live here.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, it's 110
Yes.
during the summer, but I'll tell you what, I'll take 100. I'll take that trade off. I was playing golf in
Sure.
70-degree weather this week. So look, whatever the
Oh,
conditions, stay comfortable and have a great time. And thank you both for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Patrick.
Absolutely. That's Patrick Everson with us. And what's funny now, this has delved into people thinking I'm living in some warm weather climate. I'm in Kansas City, for crying out loud. It's not supposed to be warm, all right? We're just getting some ridiculous weather that's going to prompt 70s. Trust me, we're about to get a foot of snow in 3 weeks probably or something. If anybody knows the weather in the Midwest, that's where this is likely headed. But I'll enjoy it while we can. Good stuff there from Patrick, hopefully giving you guys some good knowledge heading into tomorrow's game and where the industry is currently situated. And the sports prediction market is definitely something to follow for years to come as well. Up next, though, I do want to pivot to Major League Baseball. Thinking of betting, the odds in the AL Central changed quite a bit this week after Framber Valdez signed with the Tigers. Let's take a look at where Detroit is headed, plus the Skubal arbitration hearing next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get right back into Super Bowl 60 coming up in 15 minutes. Some of the storylines around that game. See if you guys agree with me about how this game is being discussed all week. Plus, we'll have Trey Wingo join us in the next hour to talk Super Bowl 60. Looking forward to that conversation. But there was a headline in Major League Baseball this week that I think has ramifications, whether you're looking to bet on it and look at AL Central odds or just where the American League could head. Framber Valdez signing a 3-year contract. He was the top left-handed pitcher on the market, I think it's fair to say, and he signed a 3-year, $115 million deal with the Detroit Tigers. This also comes the same week that Tarek Skubal had his arbitration hearing, and they were worlds apart, were the Tigers and him on arbitration, and he won the case. $32 million is what he will make this year, one of the league's best pitchers. And I know there's a lot of speculation about what that means for his long-term future in Detroit. Most people do not believe he'll be on the Tigers beyond this year, if in fact he stays on their team heading in. But Valdez, Skubal, Austin, headlining your rotation, that's a top 2 rotation, I believe, in the American League, a top 5 rotation in baseball. And so the Tigers become the clear favorite to win the American League Central. And their odds kind of show that right now at plus 125 over at BetMGM. This was a signing that, I don't know if people saw coming unless you believe this was almost an insurance policy, knowing that they might be losing Skubal in a year.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of both. It also feels like the Tigers are like, hey, remember that historic collapse that we had last year? Not doing that again. We're going to see to it that and I think what you've seen in baseball over the last few years, like it used to be like you got to have a really strong bullpen. Now it's like it's kind of shifting back to starters, and starters are going deeper into games, and the more mileage you can put on starters, the better, the deeper run you can make, not just in season, but also then in October. And to do that, you really have to have depth at that position. And I think that's what you've seen kind of the Tigers do, especially with this signing. I just don't understand why you nix on giving Skubal the money he was properly and justly owed in arbitration, and then turn around and give it to Valdez. That to me is like kind of a little questionable, but I like where the Tigers are sitting, with 2 top of the line rotation guys in what they're doing, and if Jack Flaherty can kind of get back to what he was, I don't know. I mean, like you've got a pretty good starting rotation there in Detroit.
My only thing on because you're not alone on the comparison and the question of, why would you give Valdez that kind of money, but you're not willing to pay Skubal? I think, remember, like it's because one is the arbitration setup, and there's a precedent,
sure.
and
Yes.
there's the future of the sport, and these owners are also trying to protect each other a little bit too, and how that process works. I think that in large part is where this is going. Skubal's probably going to be a Met or a Dodger this time next year or sooner.
Right,
I think
right.
it's probably where this thing is where it's trending. But I do think for the American League and the AL Central, this isn't the AL East where you probably need to get to 93 to 95 wins or more to win it. It's American League Central where I think if you tell me you're getting to 88 wins, you got a great chance to win the division. And so this is where, I think if you're the Royals or the Guardians or the Twins or the White Sox even, who are long shots to win the division anyway, nobody really spent money in this division this offseason other than Detroit now with the Valdez move. And so it felt like it was there for the taking, and none of these other teams stepped up. Like, I do think, the Guardians, while you look at their roster and you look at their moves, you'll say, like, that doesn't make any sense. But they seemingly are always in the mix. The Royals,
Sure.
They got to be much better in the outfield this year. That's the big question mark. And they made some small moves and bringing in Lane Thomas or Isaac Collins. And they're hoping that Jack Caglione, one of their top prospects, I guess not a prospect anymore, figures it out. He struggled when they called him up a year ago. So I think the Tigers are the favorite, and they should be. I also don't believe they're just going to win this division by 10 games.
No, and I think that's fair. I do think this is a 3-team division as it stands right now. The Twins and Sox are not going to amount to anything. I will say this about the Sox, though, is that is a team that's kind of working quietly underground right now. They are putting together a really strong, youthful movement in Chicago that I'm interested to see. But that is still 2, maybe 3 years away. I am excited, but I do like the 3 teams that sit at the top of this division. I think any one of them I could see making a run. I think with what the Tigers have done, I think, because they've been the only active participant in free agency, it feels like, this offseason in this division. I think you make a great point. I think you kind of have to put them as the front runners, but with Terry Francona and the Guardians, like you can never count them out. Obviously, the Tigers learned that firsthand last year. And the Royals are one of those teams. To me, it's the consistency for the Royals. Can they stay consistent through an entire 162 game sled? And but yeah, you're right. Right now it is the Tigers' division to lose. And this is what I hate about baseball, though, is the fact that this division could be won by anyone. It really is the race to 90, 95 wins. And literally any of those 3 teams could do it. And they're just kind of, until the Tigers this past week, were kind of just sitting back on their hands. I don't understand that. Get to October. And then in October, we know baseball is a crapshoot. It always is. That's why we haven't had a repeat champion until this past year for 25 years. Like, it is. The most money does not guarantee you anything. With the Mets, especially, they were the highest payroll last year, and they didn't even make the playoffs. So, just go out and do something, and you increase your chances tenfold. Here we are talking about the Tigers winning the division after 1 signing. So it's both my frustration with this sport and and my agreement with you is that the Tigers now, it's their division to lose.
Yeah, they were favored slightly before, but a huge shift in their favor. They now have tied for the 5th best odds to win the American League. The Yankees are the current favorites. You can shop around and find some different odds, but the Mariners, Blue Jays, Red Sox with better odds, and then the Astros and the Tigers have the same odds there to win the American League Central as it sets up for another season. I also think, we can get into baseball far more over the next couple weeks and months ahead with spring training getting going and World Baseball Classic and all of that impacting it. I will say the trade deadline's later than ever, right? It's August 3rd this year. How about that? So it's even later, how does that impact how teams perceive? We know everybody thinks they're in it, but it should create a very interesting trade deadline.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the later trade deadline. I think it's, it doesn't have teams giving up as early into the season, which a lot of times you see with the postseason. So I'm all for pushing the trade deadline back and seeing, because there are teams that can make a run right before, and that makes or breaks what they do at the deadline. So the later you push that, the more teams you have invested, and I think that's better for baseball.
That's a look at what happened in the American League Central. Framber Valdez, 3-year deal with the Detroit Tigers. They're the favorites in the Central. Skubal wins his arbitration case, $32 million. And we'll see if they go for one big push in 2026 atop that rotation and one last go with Skubal, who, of course, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Up next, though, we get right back into Super Bowl 60, some of the storylines involving that, and see if you guys agree about the vibes entering this one. Plus, don't forget Trey Wingo going to join us next hour here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. off to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Gameday, Alex Gold, Austin Huff on a great Saturday, the day before the big game out in Santa Clara. Of course, you can watch us on YouTube if you want to check out the show that way. We keep an eye on the YouTube chat as well. You can search BetMGM Tonight. I know it's BetMGM Game Day, but you can search BetMGM Tonight if you want to watch the show. You can also listen on Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, affiliates across the country on also Sirius XM channel 375. You can follow Austin on social at Austin Huff, myself at Alex Gold. Makes it pretty easy there. If you guys want to interact with us, we appreciate that. We'll have Trey Wingo joining us, host of the Straight Homie podcast on YouTube here in just a bit. Also, he's got a new golf channel. A lot to get into with Trey Wingo and, of course, the big game part of that. Plus, during Goldilocks, before we wrap up things, we're going to go through a lot of different betting angles for the game. Some of my favorite bets. Austin's got a couple. We'll look at some novelty props, have some fun as we get set for tomorrow's action. And I don't know about you. I told you tell me if I'm way off base here. I just don't feel the same vibe of the typical Super Bowl week, man. Like, I'm getting excited as we're talking about the betting angles, and I understand legacies change forever tomorrow depending on the results of these games. But I don't know if it's because it's Seattle, New England, because it's Darnold in May. I don't sense the same energy. The biggest storylines all week have been about Belichick and Brady, two guys not even involved in this game whatsoever.
Yeah, rarely is a TV show good in season one. And that's essentially what we're getting here with these two teams. And really, they're kind of like reboots of old TV shows. And we remember the characters from the original of these shows. And that's why kind of they've garnered more attention this week than the current cast. We're talking more about Tom Brady and his remarks on his own podcast than anything of the current Patriots. We're talking about Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft not making it to the Hall of Fame than really anyone that has to do with the team currently. And we're not talking really anything outside of or from the Seahawks side of things. Really, not even to the we brought up the Legion of Boom, I think, more than we've talked about the actual Seahawks in this year's game. But
are you Malcolm Butlered out? Are you Malcolm Butlered out though? With the how many times we've been? I'm done talking about that.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I am kind of like, it's like, okay, guys, let's look. It was, don't get me wrong, one of the greatest plays in Super Bowl history. But
sure,
can we find other angles? That was what 15 years ago. It feels like like that was 10 years ago. But that's what happens when you start a new season of a show. Like, the first season is never the best season. You're getting acclimated with the new cast of characters, and that's really kind of what we're doing with the Mike McDonalds and the Mike McVrables of this current batch. It's like we're getting used to the show, and I think in seasons, in the future, we'll be more acclimated to who these guys are. But right now, they're just unfamiliar to us, and they're not getting the love. I think tomorrow will help. I think tomorrow will make a big push into the popularity of everyone on both of these rosters. But for right now, it's just not. Yeah, there's not the buzz.
To continue with your TV theme, the question though is the one series hit and that's it, and they flame out and the season's not renewed? Is there really staying power for these teams, man? Because I think the Patriots are more likely to get back in this game, whether it's next year or within the next 5 years, than Seattle. And I don't know if you guys disagree with that. My thought with the Patriots is, one, I still think the ceiling is, of course, much higher for Drake May, even though Darnold's playing better football right now. Mike McDonald is a very good coach, clearly. I still would side with Mike Vrabel in this scenario a little bit long-term, given the fact that he has his OC and Josh McDaniel, who's not going anywhere. Mike McDonald, is going to lose Clint Kubiak and have to promote somebody and hope that same system and Sam Darnold and all that still exists. And then maybe the most challenging thing is the division, we know Matthew Stafford's coming back to the Rams, so the Rams are still going to be there with Puka and company and Stafford. The Niners, to me, Kyle Shanahan always has them in the hunt. He's one of the best coaches in football. That's a brutal NFC West. Other than the Cardinals, nobody's a pushover. The AFC East, if I'm a Patriots, I got the Buffalo Bills. We'll see what the Joe Brady era brings, but the Dolphins are going to be average, I think, for a bit. And the Jets are the New York Jets, and Aaron Glenn's getting another crack at hiring a staff, and I'm sure that'll solve everything. So I just don't think anybody's worried about that team in their division. So I believe the path is more likely for the Patriots to get back in this game and not be a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, it is. You wonder if, like, okay, are these TV shows, are these going to be is this going to be like Westworld, where like season 1 was incredible, but then after that it really just kind of fell off the map?
Man,
True
I love
Detective,
that show.
another one, right? Like, yeah, like it's like, oh, it started off with a bang, but every season after that it's kind of been meh. I mean, look, Titans fans can tell you with Mike Vrabel, you thought that, in season 2, you thought, okay, this is long staying power. This is going to be great for forever. And they were never able to get close to what they did in season 2 with Mike Vrabel. So the NFL is so hard, man, because things change so much from year to year. And what looks like a sure thing now, I mean, like, look at the Chiefs. Nobody expected this season that the Chiefs had this year. So that's why it is so hard to say, oh, this is sure thing that these two teams are going to be back. And you're right. Like, with Matthew Stafford coming back, like, I think the Rams are going to be the team to beat in the in the West. And you bring up a great point. Like, when the defense is like your, like the foundation that you are building your team on, that those foundations crack after a couple of years, and it's hard to sustain that. Just look at the Seahawks Legion of Boom from 10 years ago, right? Like, that only lasted for a couple of seasons, and outside of that, then it went right back to the Seahawks kind of floundering in mediocrity until this year. So it is. Which team has a better chance to make it back here? I mean, I think you have a better chance of neither team making it back here.
Well, sure, yeah,
one of the
absolutely. Two. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, if I'm getting the field or these two teams to get back in the next 5 years or even next year, I'm probably taking the field, because I do think in the AFC, the Bills will be a factor again. I do think while the Chiefs may not be a top team, I think they'll be pushing for a wild card spot, and you still have to deal with Mahomes. I do believe that'll be a thing again. Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, to me, will be competitive and in the mix again. We'll see if Joe Burrow can get back to the playoffs for the first time in, 3 years it's been. It's crazy to think it's been that long. So I do think the quarterback path for New England will be tougher than on the NFC side. But also, we know there's just new up-and-coming stars all the time. I think Caleb Williams is going to continue to get better. So suddenly on the NFC side, you might have to deal with the Bears. And Caleb Williams. Maybe you see a team fall off. Like, maybe the Eagles' run is over. I don't know. We'll see. They might lose a couple linemen. They've got a new play caller. We'll see what that brings. A.J. Brown may not be there next year. So there's changing of the guard, so to speak. But I do wonder, for this particular game, both teams have been discounted at times, to say the least, throughout the season.
Yeah.
But in this game, from the odds perspective, it's the Patriots who can claim they're the underdog. They're 4.5-point underdogs right now over at BetMGM. It's been the same line all week. The total's moved around a little bit, but this line has not changed. And you look at the recent history of Super Bowls and underdogs, actually have fared well, man. Since 2004, they cover at a pretty good clip, 15-7. They've covered in 5 straight Super Bowls going back to the 2020 season. And underdogs have won outright in 3 straight and 4 of the last 5. So by no means is this a situation where the Patriots winning should shock everybody. But as we had our guest last hour on, Patrick Everson, kind of giving us the industry insights, the sports books need New England to win. The public is all over Seattle, which kind of scares me a little bit as someone that is also on Seattle. But I do think the Seahawks are the better team. It's just that's not always what, who ends up winning the Super Bowl. I just think the path for New England, Drake May cannot throw for 100 yards and a touchdown and have the defense carry him. I don't think that's the type of game we're getting. I think he's going to have to bring more to the table. And I think both these quarterbacks are capable, unfortunately, of having a big turnover, right? I mean, I can go and bet right now on both quarterbacks to throw a pick. I don't hate it.
Yeah, well, I think the big reason for a lot of people having no faith in the Patriots is for one important reason. One reason I'm going to lay out. So all of you Patriot haters, get ready to pull out your fork and your knife and get ready to feast, because this is the thing that you've been clamoring all season long. The Patriots' road to the Super Bowl. One of the easiest in football. In fact, their opponents had a winning percentage of .391. The only team in the NFL with a winning percentage of sub .400. Their opponents finished 113 and 176 this year. It helped facing the NFC South for the AFC East this year, but it is tied for the third easiest strength of schedule in the past 50 seasons. Now, I will say the teams that are on this list, most notably, the team with the easiest strength of schedule was the St. Louis Rams back in the day in 1999. What did they do? They won the Super Bowl. It's the greatest show on turf. The 1979 Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the only team that are above these Patriots. They lost in the NFC Championship, so they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. But here are the Patriots tied with the 1999 Jaguars that lost in the AFC Championship with a .391 strength of schedule. Very easy. And in just the 3 games that the Patriots had against the 2 teams that finished with a winning record, the Bills and the Steelers, they went 1-2. So it's I think that's why all of the money is being skewed towards the Seahawks. However, I will say this in the Patriots' defense, so you can put your forks and knives away, Patriots haters, because the Patriots won the games that they needed to win. They had a terrific season. They did everything that's why I'm not buying into this narrative of the easy road to the Super Bowl. It's never an easy road to the Super Bowl, no matter how easy your schedule is. There are a lot of teams that had, that were ranked just below the Patriots in terms of strength of schedule. They didn't win their games. They're not here playing on Super Bowl Sunday. The Patriots took care of the business that they had to take care of, and that's why they're here. And they went through 3 of the top 10 scoring defenses in football just to get to the Super Bowl. So they're doing quite all right. And they can't control their schedule, but they can control if they win those games, and they've done so.
I'm with you on the schedule part. I think that has been, at this point, overblown. It just doesn't matter anymore also, now that they're here and once they went on the run in the postseason. I'm just saying that I don't think the formula that has got them here in the postseason, at least, gets it done in the Super Bowl, right? And I just mean, I don't believe you look at Jared Stidham and C.J. Stroud and the Patriots defense playing at a high level, but the offense not really doing much, spinning their tires, so to speak. I don't think that can happen tomorrow.
No.
And they come out with the victory. But if Drake May does what he did all regular season, which was a campaign that had him one first place vote short of being co-MVP with Matthew Stafford, well then we're talking. We haven't seen that in a bit, and we also still know they're going up against the same high-quality defenses they have been facing in the playoffs, and that is when the Patriots have struggled. That to me is the biggest issue I see for them moving forward, unless you believe, hey, 2 weeks, Josh McDaniels got some stuff up his sleeve, and you think he's going to outcoach Mike McDonald, I'm sorry. So we'll see how that particularly goes. If you think you got the bet that you really like and you want to place it over at BetMGM, don't forget the biggest game of the year calls for a boost pack that's just as big. BetMGM is rolling out the Big Game Boost Pack, and it gives you 3 different ways to boost the odds on your next big game bet. Here's how it works. You just log in, and your Big Game Boost Pack will be waiting for you. Then next, you add in any big game bet to your bet slip, activate the boost token you want to use, and finally, if that bet hits, with a token activated, you're getting extra winnings on top of your payout. So if you want to add a little more excitement to your big game action, make sure you grab the Big Game Boost Pack from BetMGM and make it legendary. Again, we'll get to some of our favorite bets coming up in just a bit. Maybe Drake May is someone you'll be betting to go over rushing, or Drake May to win MVP. He certainly has bought in. Here's what he had to say to our own Scott Graham on Westwood One Sports earlier this week.
Coach Vrabel, the first team meeting, it felt different. I think that's what he's brought to this football team. He's brought, he taught us an identity from day one about this 4 pillars of what he wants this team to go by. And from that day, I think you've seen us just trying to buy into that. And he always says carry it with us whenever we travel, and that's what we're trying to do this week, is carry us on the road.
The one thing nobody can doubt, I know earlier you were discussing the Tennessee Titans time frame of Mike Vrabel, but in terms of culture, in terms of being a player's coach, there's no doubt. I don't know if there's anybody better at being that in the National Football League and getting, his identity and his hands are certainly all over this football team.
Yeah, he's so good at that. That is, I think, his best strength is connecting with the players. And he commands respect every time he walks into a room because he's been there as a player and a successful player. 3 rings as a linebacker with the Patriots. Like, he's been there, he's done that, and I think that's one of the reasons why he commands as much respect as he does. So, I mean, look, all praise to him. Like, the fact, we talked about it last week, whenever you get a second crack at anything, 9 times out of 10, you're better at it. Like you know what you did wrong in the first place, and granted, the Patriots are a very well-run organization from top to bottom. But he came into this job knowing, okay, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do differently. And to his credit, he's pushed every right button this season, and they are, I mean, rightfully so in the playoffs. I do think Big Little Lies too, and Lost, 2 other TV shows that kind of fell off after season 1.
There you go. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that as well. I want to point out though, Mike Vrabel having to deal with maybe some issues related to halftime show. Adam Schefter reporting this morning that 1 hour into practice in San Francisco, Mike Vrabel sent his team back into the locker room, and that is because Bad Bunny was being blared over the stadium speakers for 14 minutes. Then he got his team back to the field. So Bad Bunny, rehearsal or whatever was causing some practice issues for Mike Vrabel and company.
I'm here for stories like that. I think they were so much fun. One story that I kind of wish would have gotten more love during this Super Bowl week was the story about the 49ers doing an investigation into the substation that is right by Levi Stadium.
Yeah, been all over it.
People claiming that's why they were the most injured team in the NFL this year. We got it. I know it's kind of, somewhat dispelled. They're still not fully, because there haven't been enough, science on the matter. But man, I wish we could have talked about that more this past week, right? What if there's a ton of injuries tomorrow? Is it the substation? I don't know. People are asking.
Yeah, this is why the practice facility has been talked about a ton. That field is right next to the substation. The stadium's not too far away either. But yeah, they got to do more research. That has been, over the last couple of weeks, one of the more interesting stories to follow. And even John Lynch, the general manager of the 49ers, said, look, it's something we're definitely looking into. I mean, you have to, right? If you find studies that is actually the case, they got to move that practice facility. Heck, they may have to move the stadium out of that area if that actually turns out to be true. But it is Super Bowl week, and that's where we get some of this crazier stories. And Bad Bunny will certainly be a much talked about halftime performance. Already has brought a lot of discussion, to say the least, over the last month or so. Bad Bunny cleaning up at the Grammys earlier this week, and he will be performing at halftime, part of the Apple Music halftime show there in Santa Clara. Up next, though, let's talk more about the game itself with Trey Wingo. Great person to have on the show, host of Straight Facts Homie on YouTube, spent 20-plus years at ESPN. We'll talk a little golf, too, maybe for a second. I know he's a big golfer. He's got a new YouTube channel, but find out who he thinks can win the Super Bowl tomorrow. That's coming up next.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff back here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get to some Goldilocks in the final segment of the show. Plenty of prop bets to run through as we get set for the big game tomorrow. We'll take a look what BetMGM has to offer, but we're excited to talk a little bit more about Super Bowl 60 with Trey Wingo, who joins us now on Westwood One Sports. He's the host of Straight Facts Homie on YouTube. You guys, of course, know 20-plus years over at ESPN. You can follow him if you don't already on Twitter and X at Wingos on social media. Trey, great to have you on the show. I was saying, and you can tell me if you think I'm also being biased being in Kansas City, I don't sense the same buzz this week heading into the Super Bowl. I know there's some storylines, but it doesn't have the same build-up to me personally.
Well, it's interesting, guys. Great to be with you. You know, Rich Eisen said something on his show before the playoffs started, and he took a lot of heat for it, but I'm not sure he's wrong. He says it doesn't feel the same without the Chiefs in the postseason. And, you know, there are so many variables that the Chiefs bring to the equation in these situations that I'm not sure that Rich was wrong. I think obviously folks in Seattle and New England would feel very differently about that. But in general, the Seahawks are one of those teams, while being a very good football team, they don't bring the buzz or the heat the way some of these other big named teams do, whether it's the Chiefs or the Eagles for the way their fans are and all the other stuff that comes with it. Even if the Cowboys were going 30 years ago, they have that sort of brand and swagger. So, yeah. And New England, I think people are just like, really? Again, these guys, really? We had like a 3-year respite. We got to deal with these guys again, really? So I think that feeds into a part of it. And, of course, the Boston fans love it. Us against the world. Yes, because you poor, suffering children. You've had to deal with so much adversity in your sports fandom. But, yeah, I think that, those things factor into it for sure.
Yeah, it kind of has like the feel of like a movie rebooted where they recast something, because it's like the Patriots have kind of been a villain for the last 2 decades plus, but this time around it's like the franchise is the same, but all of the cast of characters are all so different.
No, completely. I mean, and you have to give New England credit, because they turned it around pretty damn fast. And, of course, it helps because they got one thing right away, the quarterback, and it took them a year, but the other thing right, which is the coach. You get a good coach together with a really good quarterback, you're going to win games very quickly. And that's what New England is doing right now.
Drake May certainly had an MVP case, to say the least, this year. We know he ended up going runner-up by 1 vote to Matthew Stafford. We can maybe get even into the voting in just a second. But when you watch Drake May regular season compared to what we've seen in the playoffs, are you concerned at all that this game tomorrow, that's going to be something that continues, where he struggled here in the postseason?
Look, he's been uneven in the postseason. There's no question about it. It's his first postseason run, and the defenses he's had to face are pretty good. The Chargers defense, despite all their flaws on the offensive line this year because of injuries, really good defense. Houston's defense was suffocating, and the only reason that they lost that game was because C.J. Stroud was a turnover machine. In 2 playoff games this year, he had 5 interceptions and had 5 fumbles. He didn't lose all 5 fumbles, but he just couldn't hold on to the ball. And then obviously you have to sort of take out what happened in the AFC Championship game because weather mitigated everything. I would also like to remind people that, people like to bang on the Patriots because of who they played and how they played in the postseason, and they AFC Championship game against a backup quarterback. You go back to the early beginnings of the first part of the Patriots dynasty. That's kind of how they did it. I mean, Teddy Bruschi would always say to me, that's why he believes Mahomes is on a higher threshold early in his career than Brady. Bruschi, who Bill Belichick called practically perfect player, will say, Tom didn't carry us to those first couple of Super Bowls. We did, the defense. And that's sort of what's happening in the postseason run again. And people are like, well, they had the easiest schedule in the league, and it was the easiest schedule actually statistically since the 1999 Rams. The 99 Rams also won the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, right.
So there's
right.
a lot of things that look very familiar if you go through the weeds and see the way the Patriots are sort of planting themselves in this position.
Yeah, we were kind of kicking around the idea of between these two teams, the Seahawks and the Patriots, and while the cast of characters, we're all still getting used to it. It's like watching the first season of a new TV show. It's like, okay, which of these two teams would you see have the best odds of getting back here to the Super Bowl within the next 5 years, or you can pick neither of the two teams?
Yeah. Well, I do love the fact that the game hasn't been played yet. And we're well, who's going to be back next
yeah,
year?
right.
It's like,
right.
It's like when we start talking about the draft, when I was doing NFL Live, and it's week 14. I'm like, the regular season. I'm like,
yeah, right.
Just pump the brakes.
It's the
look,
way too early
I would
top
say
25.
to you, I would say this, based on the age of the quarterback, which is the most important thing in football or in team sports in this country. I would lean New England, but the Bills aren't going anywhere. But two teams in that division, are the Jets and the Dolphins, and they tend to always be the Jets and the Dolphins. You look at the NFC West, and Matthew Stafford's coming back. The Rams are really good. If San Francisco's healthy, they're really good. I think the road out of the division might be easier for New England than it is for Seattle. So you have to start there. And then you put in the fact that Sam's been around for a while, and, Drake May is at the beginning of his career and he's there in year 2. I would just say those factors would tend me to lean towards New England being that mythical team that might make it back to the game that hasn't been played yet another time.
Trey Wingo joining us here on Westwood One Sports. With this game, though, tomorrow, is there a matchup or certainly an angle that you see, maybe that's not being discussed all that much, that you think could end up being the deciding factor for one of these teams?
Well, there's a couple of things. Seahawks are 11-0 this year when they score first. They're the only team undefeated in that category this season. So keep an eye on that. The other thing that I'm really interested in, what I love about Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator for Seattle, and what Mike McDonald, the head coach, have done is they made a decision very early on in this season that we are going to be a balanced offense. Now, what do I mean by that? Only the Ravens at 52% ran the ball more than the Seattle Seahawks. The Seahawks ran it 50% of the time. Half the time they ran the football. And what's really interesting to me about that is they were second in rushing attempts, but they averaged 4.1 yards per carry, which was 26th in the NFL. Well, why is that significant? Because it shows the value of having to make the defense defend the entire offense that you present. And so often in situations, you see teams get behind by 10, 14 points, and they abandon their game plan and they abandon their run. And we just got to start throwing it. And then it can be a bleep show pretty quickly. What I respect about what the discipline of the Seahawks is that, look, we're not always going to get the yards we want when we run, but if we don't run, they won't respect the fact that they have to defend the run, and then the play fake won't be there, and the big plays over the middle to Jackson Smith and Jigba, and to some lesser degree Cooper Kupp and all those things. So if the Patriots can really shut down the run game, which their defense is capable of doing, that could spell problems for Seattle. But I really respect the way the Seattle Seahawks went about deciding that we will be a balanced offense and we will make you defend the run, even if it's not going really well for us.
Trey Wingo joining us live here. Trey, you've been to over 30 Super Bowls with your time, wonderful time with ESPN, and hosting NFL Live for all those years. Of those years, what play stands out to you as your favorite Super Bowl play of all time? We've kicked around a few today, and if you had to single out one that just sticks out as your favorite, which one would it be?
Well, I mean, there's the personal side and there's the professional side, right? So from a professional standpoint, the helmet catch, I think, will probably never be topped. Quick story. I don't know. How much time do we have before you guys got to go to break here?
Take it away.
Okay.
You're
Super Bowl
good.
42. Okay, Super Bowl 42 in Glendale. Giants Patriots. I was doing post-game coverage. So when you do post-game coverage for a Super Bowl, they herd you down as a group, like a marauding army with these little vests that say post-game on. And you have to sort of get together about halfway through the fourth quarter. So they got us all in this thing, and they're walking us through the stadium, and the Giants have the ball, and they're driving to what would eventually be the game-winning score. So I called my friend Mark Schlereth. I said, Mark, listen, we're walking through the bowels of the stadium. There's not a television around. You need to tell me what's happening so I can figure out, what I'm going to do in postgame. So, got it. So he said, okay, Giants, it's a 2nd and 7, and it looks like they're running a wham block to the left side. I'm like, Mark, I do not care what the offense is. I do not care. I want you to tell me what happens when Eli gets the ball and where the ball goes. He goes, oh. So we're walking down there, and I'm on the phone with him, and he goes, okay, it's a 2nd down, and Eli's scrambling around. Complete, 1st down. Got it. Okay. Then we get into the bowels of the stadium, and there's one monitor in the corner of the end zone up there in the tunnel. And I say, Mark, I can see the game. Great. I got it from it. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you walking me through it. Well, I see Plexico Burress catch the game-winning touchdown. And I'm like, I'm going to be the first guy to interview Plexico Burress for catching the game-winning touchdown as the undefeated Patriots fall short of a perfect season. So I sprint onto the field when the game's over, and I'm one of 3 people around Plexico Burress, and I'm just milking him for everything he's got. I must have asked him 10 questions. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. And then I look over about 20 yards away, and there are 400 people around David Tyree. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking to that scrub for? Why are they talking to that special team? The play that Mark described to me was the helmet catch. And I said, Mark, I love you. You are my best friend, but you are the worst play-by-play guy I've ever had to deal with in my life. You're a great color commentator, but you just boned me completely. I don't think they used 1 second of that Plexico Burress interview because it was all about David Tyree and the helmet catch. And Stink's version was, Eli scrambling, caught it, 1st down. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Well,
appreciate you.
Oh my
love that
goodness!
he gives you so much detail on like the play calls prior to it, and then on one of the most historic Super Bowl plays ever,
looks like they're trying to pick up a wide blitz on the left side. They're bringing in a chip. I don't care. Follow the ball.
Just the greatest catch in NFL history up there, most spectacular. Just absolutely insane. Hell of a story, Trey. I must say I'm jealous. It looks like, based on what your setup is there as well, what you were telling us off air, how do you take in the Super Bowl? You just sitting on a boat on the ocean watching? What are you doing?
Yeah, we'll get out to the lanai and check on the whales, and then come back in after halftime and watch the rest of the game. And the beauty of it is, game starts here at 1:30. Okay?
Oh man!
So we can have ourselves a morning, sit down, have a leisurely 3.5-4 hour game, and then have a wonderful afternoon to have some activity outside, and then maybe go catch an early dinner. It's not a bad setup. I'm not going to lie to you.
I love it.
We always debate about the best time zone to watch sports in. I think Hawaii time zone might be the answer.
Okay, on Sundays, the games start, depending on where we are on the clock, either at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. And the Sunday night game or the Monday night game comes on at like 2:30 or 3. And then you're done at 6:30, and you go out to dinner.
Yeah,
it's the best.
Yeah,
hell of a life, Trey Wingo. Appreciate the time. Enjoy tomorrow, and thanks so much for coming on the show.
Yeah,
you got
thanks,
it, guys.
Trey.
Anytime.
Absolutely, that's Trey Wingo, host of Straight Facts Homie on YouTube. You probably already follow him on Twitter or X, but at Wingos, if you don't.
He does a great job with that YouTube channel. We didn't get a chance to talk to him about it, but that honestly, it is well worth the subscribe. It is, from the interviews that he does and just the honestly the takes that he delivers too. It's really, really good. I highly recommend you checking out the Straight Facts Homie on YouTube with Trey Wingo.
All right, coming up next here, before we get out of here, let's get to some Goldilocks. A lot of prop bets to dive into for the big game tomorrow. We'll see if we can't make a little money as well. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks again to Trey Wingo for joining us here on Westwood One Sports. Good conversation with him. If you missed any of our conversations, check us out on social. Of course, YouTube channel, BetMGM Tonight. But at Alex Gold, at Austin Huff, we post some of our clips from the show as well. We're here for 5 hours each and every Saturday, and excited for next week, by the way. We get in our permanent time slot because just the start of the network and with football playoffs and everything, we've been having the show on a little early and everything. But moving forward, we'll be on 11 to 4 Eastern. Make sure I get that time right? 11 to 4 Eastern will be the time slot moving forward. So if you like the show and you're trying to figure out when you can listen, we'll be on a little bit later in the day on Saturdays than we have been the first month or so of the start of our show. Something we do towards the end of every show, though, is we get to some of our Goldilocks. And I'll give you two to get things going, and then we'll get out of Goldilocks and talk a little bit about some other props because of the big game tomorrow. There's a lot of fun ones to go through. But I'll tell you, I do love a prop bet involving the shortest touchdown. It's one of my locks for the game. Shortest touchdown under 1.5 yards. You've got the ability for a tush push here, their version of it. It's a bet that's hit pretty often here as of late. But we know this is probably going to be a Seattle Seahawk if, in fact, we cash it, most likely. Although it's the Super Bowl, so anything can happen. But A.J. Barner, their tight end, is someone that succeeds in this area multiple times, or has excelled and has succeeded multiple times, I should say. So I like the under for the shortest touchdown. Under 1.5 yards is one of my favorite bets for this game. Something around the goal line, whether it's Barner or whoever. I also like the under 45.5 points. Alluded to this throughout the show today. I really think it's going to be a lower scoring game by NFL Super Bowl standards, under 45.5 points. I know 46.5 was a number some people were able to get it at. I think these two offenses, while Darnold went out and had 300-plus yards the other game in the NFC title game, I think there's still some concerns I have about the Patriots' ability to sustain offensive drives. So both these defenses playing at a high level. Seattle's been doing it all year. The Patriots been doing it in the postseason. So under 45.5, those are two of the Goldilocks. You rolling with me on these, or do you not like
I see. I'm keeping my mouth shut, man, because I like both of those picks, and I don't want to say it because then, you have to fade me. If I say I like it, then they're not going to happen. So, but hey, just between you and me, I do like both of those. Especially the shortest touchdown under 1.5 yards. That it feels like you're going to have a play at the goal line, and you're going to have someone punch it in. So. I like that. Let me ask you this, though, because look, it's Goldie's Locks for a reason. There's no betting segment with my name on it, and rightfully so. I have been struggling with a prop bet that I cannot figure out for the life of me, and I want your help weighing in on this.
All right, let's hear it.
What headwear will Bad Bunny be wearing during the first song of the halftime show? And I've got a few different options here.
Okay.
Obviously, there can be no hat. There could be an aviator hat, it's kind of looks like a winter hat, a baseball hat, or the thing that he's been marketing this entire game, this entire halftime show with, a pava hat, which is like your straw hat that he's very known to wear. Or other is also another option. What do I go with here? Because I have been stressing this all week. I could see no hat, I could see the pava hat. I don't know where to go here.
Man, no hat. What's no hat odds? What do I get on no hat?
I don't have odds. Okay. So it's just a pick.
These, by the way, these are offshore odds, obviously, when we're talking some of the halftime related props. Is no hat a candidate? Look, I have listened to more Bad Bunny this week than I ever have planned in my life. I just wanted to at least have I wanted to at least have a feel of what I'm going to be listening to. And I looked up the lyrics of some of these, and I must say, the lyrics for some of these songs in English the song would suck. Okay. But because it's in Spanish and the beat, it's incredible. Like if I just told you I should have taken more photos in English, it doesn't do anything for you. But all of a sudden in Spanish, it sounds a hell of a lot better.
Look, the Spanish language is a vibe for sure. Yeah. And I honestly, I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah. So I'll go no hat. But while we're on halftime offshore props, What do you think? Primary color of Bad Bunny's entrance top. So whether it's a shirt, dress, whatever. Black is the favorite. Then white, blue, green, yellow, brown. What color is he coming out with immediately?
Yeah, he went like with a primarily black suit at the Grammys. I'm thinking white. Like I think white is the play because
okay.
I don't know. For whatever reason I have it envisioned in my head that it's white. But then again, look.
Well, if he goes dressed right out of the gate, then white's probably a good play.
Yeah, right. See, and I don't think that anyone expected Rihanna to come out pregnant. So there's always that shock and awe with the halftime show. So you really have to take that into account. So I don't know. I love the non-sports prop bets. We had Patrick Everson on earlier today going over some of the bets, and he did give some good insight into the Gatorade color. One prop bet that I've always struggled with, thanks to your dang Kansas City Chiefs, they would always go I would always either bet yellow or orange because I felt like that was just too. And they would throw in purple in there. One year they went, I think, clear. And I was just like, what the heck, Chiefs? I could never get a hold on what type of Gatorade they drink there in Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I had that was one I had some good insight on for a couple of years. I'll just say I don't have that insight this year. I'll just leave it at that. So that's the only downside with the Gatorade color this year. I'll go with clear this year is what I think it's going to be. If you're wondering, that's probably something that.
Patrick talked me into the lime green /yellow. The lemon lime.
Good Gatorade flavor too.
So I think I'm going to go through it. It's a great Gatorade flavor, right?
It's a good flavor. Orange. Last one for you on the halftime related. I know you'll be all about this one. Yes is -500. No is 3-1. These are offshore. Will Bad Bunny expose a nipple?
Oh, I love it. See, I'm thinking a mesh top that shows through, almost like a Lenny Kravitz type top. So I say yes. You got to hammer the yes on that one, right?
Wow, it's -500 for a reason, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mesh is your great call on the mesh. I think you're 1,000% correct. There will be some sort of mesh top at some point in time.
He may go mesh top with the skirt, the long elongated skirt. You never know.
Yeah, that's a real possibility. I'm excited to just see the reaction to it. I know there's been a ton of talking about the halftime show and everything. I'll just say this: it's gonna be all right, everybody. We're gonna make it through.
I know,
it's gonna be all right. The Super Bowl is still the game is still gonna be played. It's not gonna change. It's gonna be all right. I promise. We will all make it through together. And we'll be able to watch this football game finish. And halftime show is not gonna change anything.
Right. You can always flip to the Puppy Bowl too, right? If you don't.
I haven't watched in a couple of years. Maybe that's a good call. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think look, the game has been rough lately.
No, jeez. Yeah, yes it has.
Sorry.
Yes. Dad jokes from Austin Huff will be a new segment we debut as well. He'll get one dad joke a show. One dad joke
You have
show.
Goldie's locks? Yeah.
You can get that. Real quick, by the way, I want to get it on the record. Final prediction tomorrow, though. I've got Seattle winning outright. Patriots +4.5, though, if I have to take the spread. Where are you going?
I am going Patriots winning outright. I think they win by 2.
All right, we'll be talking about it next Saturday, the fallout from what happens in Super Bowl 60. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week here on Westwood One Sports.